Good morning, everyone. I'd like to call to order the special meeting of the Operations Committee at 8:32 a.m. this morning. Roll call has been taken, Evelyn?
Yes, and we have quorum.
Thank you. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest in the general nature thereof? Saying none, we'll move right into the bylaws, and I need a mover and seconder for 8A in regards to tender A, rehabilitation of County Road 1. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Bennett, Councillor Lynch. Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. This is for resolution number LPCC 210466. That contract PWC 2021-01 as submitted by H&H Contract Construction Incorporated, Petawawa, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 1, River Road, in the amount of $875,806.31 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. And the background is there.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution? Carried. Thank you. We're on to 8B, rehabilitation of County Road 5, Stone Road. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Keller, Councillor Hunt. Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. PWC 2021-05, rehabilitation of County Road 5, Stone Road. The contract PWC 2021-05, as submitted by H&H Construction Incorporated, Petawawa, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 5, Stone Road, in the amount of $682,162 plus HST be approved, and further that the County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of contract.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt, I believe you had a question on this one?
Yes, in the financial implications, it says budget of 682, and then when you go down below, it says $1 million. Is that a typo?
No, I'll ask Mr. Hanrath. I think he got the for us. Mr. Hanrath, please.
Thank you, Chair, through you to committee. It does appear that that is a typo. The budget is over $1 million for that project.
Okay, thank you. And one more question. So the financial implications, I'm a little unfamiliar with this format, but so the budget and then all the other fees below it to bring it to $1,170,000. Does that mean they're not budgeted?
Mr. Hanrath.
If I may, I'll defer to Mr. Bolduc for this question.
Okay, Mr. Bolduc, please.
Thank you, Chair Puckett, through you to committee. So it's all these items are part of the project budget, and as you can see, we are underneath the budget for the total budget there. Now, the portion we're approving today is only the contract. The rest of the items being supervision, contingency, and those items are spent with our staff and other items in there. Did you have any other questions?
Yes, back to you again. So there's a difference of 135,000 between what it says construction rehabilitation. So that 135 is budgeted somewhere else in the county budget. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, because of the error, the construction contract is 682,162, and then that would be added on to the 103, 12,000, 3,000, 17,000. So it's brings it below the 1.170 million.
Okay, my question was more on the budget, but I won't belabor it because we probably have a time constraint this morning.
Okay, thank you. I would like to see some explanation of this or the way of reporting it changed, Mr. Perkins, if you could deal into that. And also might want to note I will note an error in item B in the county council and ask you to, you or Mr. Bullock to explain, well, not just, explain about the error perhaps. Okay, Mr. Morrow, you had your hand up?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Foss will be joining us for County Council today, and I will make sure by the time we get to County Council on this particular item in the County Council report that we have those questions answered, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Then I'll call on Mr. Foss. Thank you. Any other questions on item B, the resolution B? Saying none, all in favor of the resolution? Carried, thank you. We're on to item C, rehabilitation of structure B180 Herds Creek Bridge. Mr. Perkins, oh, sorry, mover and seconder, please. Councillor Lynch, Councillor Hunt. Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. This is PWC 2021-14, which is the rehabilitation of structure B180 Herds Creek Bridge. That contract PWC 2021-14, as submitted by Bonashare Excavating Incorporated, Renfrew, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of structure B180 Herds Creek Bridge in the amount of $411,180 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor of the resolution? That's carried. Thank you. Item 9, regulate parking at Eagles Nest, County Road 508. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Hunt, Warden Robinson. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you, Chair, and through you to committee. This is to regulate parking at Eagles Nest, County Road 508, Calabogie Road. Resolution number OPCC 210469. That County Council amend bylaw number 2721, being a bylaw to regulate parking of vehicles on or adjacent to county roadways to alter the regulations for the parking of County Road 508. And the background here is that the Township of Madawaska has installed a parking lot at near the Eagles Nest trailhead. And we did have parking on we had no parking on one side of the road. Now we're going to have no parking on both sides. So hopefully it'll force people off the road and into the Greater Madawaska's new parking lot.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Just thank you to Councillor Hunt and his team for getting that parking lot up and done quickly because nicer weather is coming and I'm sure there'll be a lot of visitors to that site again. So thank you for that. If there's no other questions, I need a mover and seconder for the report as a whole. Councillor Bennett.
And we haven't approved yet the motion.
Oh, did we? I'm sorry.
No.
All in favor of item 9, the resolution? Carried. Thank you. Now, I have Councillor Bennett and Councillor Hunt for the report as a whole. Is there any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? It's carried. Thank you. Need a mover and seconder to adjourn. Warden Robinson, Councillor Lynch, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. We're adjourned. Thanks very much, folks.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to County Councils. I would like to call the meeting of Wednesday, the 28th of April, 2021 to order. Please stand for a moment of silent reflection. Very much, everyone. Please be seated. Mr. Morrow, roll call, please.
Thank you, Warden. Councillor Bennett.
Here.
Councillor Brose.
Present.
Councillor Doncaster. Councillor Donahue.
Here.
Councillor Emo.
Present.
Councillor Grills.
Present.
Councillor Hunt.
Here.
Councillor Keller.
Here.
Councillor Love. Councillor Lynch.
Here.
Councillor Murphy.
Here.
Councillor Peckett.
Present.
Councillor Riggier.
Present.
Councillor Reinwald.
Here.
Warden Robinson.
Present.
Councillor Sweet.
Present.
Councillor TJ.
Here.
Thank you, Warden. Roll call has been taken.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof? Seeing none, I need a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the minutes of the March 1st, 2021 and March 31st, 2021 County Council meetings, please. Mover and seconder, please. Councillor Hunt, Councillor Murphy, any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. As we gather this morning, I would like to acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that we are meeting on the traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We would like to thank the Algonquin people and express our respect and support for their rich history. We are extremely grateful for their many and continued displays of friendship. We also thank all the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. Members of County Council, during the month of April, I attended 25 meetings on county business. On April 1st, 2021, I met with Mr. Graydon Smith, President of AMO and Mayor of the town of Bracebridge, to talk about Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center and how it is providing access to family physicians for unattached patients. This also gave me an opportunity to overview virtual health care. We talked about the difficulty in recruiting of family physicians to Renfrew County and the need to provide a coordinated range of virtual, in-clinic, and in-home care options to provide each patient with comprehensive primary care based on their individual needs and preferences. AMO is now planning to send a letter to Minister Elliott, signaling AMO's interest in the issue and asking that what the government's future plans are beyond September 2021. It will cite the Renfrew County Virtual Triage and Assessment Center model as an example of good practice that the ministry should look into for the future. Based on the response AMO gets back, we'll determine the next steps for further action as necessary and if AMO needs to take a board position. AMO has a Health Transformation Task Force, which I have asked to be considered for membership. However, I'm still waiting for a response. On April 1st, I was interviewed by Trevor Riley of Cogeco to talk about the Eastern Ontario Wardens Caucus Cell Gap project, following the EOWC's media announcement held on March 19th. In my role as chair of the EOWC, I have had numerous interviews on recent announcements, including the Cell Gap Analysis Initiative, which provides me with the opportunity to speak about this critical infrastructure for the residents of the County of Renfrew. On April 7th, I had the pleasure of attending a virtual meeting with CNL representatives, President and CEO Joe McBreety, and Director of Corporate Communications Pat Quinn, along with Mayor Bob Swede, Mayor Susan Dion, and CAO Paul Morrill. We received a 2-hour update on the activities of CNL and its ongoing commitment to Renfrew County. We took the opportunity to discuss VTAC as a potential recruitment tool for CNL, as well as EORN's GIG project. We are expecting to receive letters of support for both of these initiatives from CNL in the near future. On April 15th, I participated in the judging of the Ottawa Valley Tourism Association Awards. More information will be forthcoming through the Development and Property Committee report. On April 16th, I was part of a delegation who met with Laura Lipinski from MPP John Yakabuski's office to overview the opportunities with respect to primary care for residents of Renfrew County. Residents continue to face many challenges when it comes to access to healthcare services, and with the pending retirements of local physicians, this need will continue to grow. On April 24th, I participated in a meeting involving heads of council from the province with Premier Doug Ford, Solicitor General Jones, Minister McNaughton, Minister Elliott, and Minister Clark for an update on COVID-19 restrictions and enforcement measures. I managed to get a question in regarding virtual billing codes for family physicians and was pleased to hear Minister Elliott state that these billing codes are working and she expects them to continue. I did manage to confuse many people when my name came in a separate chat. However, Premier Ford said I was a good warden, so that was okay. This week, I had the opportunity to meet with the chair of the Eastern Ontario Mayor's Caucus, Mayor Diane Therrien, and the chair of EORN, Warden J. Murray Jones, to discuss a coordinated approach to the expansion of broadband in Eastern Ontario, in particular the GIG project. We know that both governments have now tabled their 2021-22 budgets, and together they are committing approximately $7 billion in total for broadband. Our ask, EORN's ask, is $200 million for this critical infrastructure from each level of government. In closing, I would like to remind us all to be kind to one another. We are entering the 14th month of this pandemic, and our extraordinary in their vigilance and their desire to keep each other safe. On behalf of every member of County Council, I sincerely thank each and every one of you for the sacrifice you have made and continue to make for the good of our entire community. I remind those assembled here of the following: the County of Renfrew, experience our history, share our future. This concludes my address for this session of County Council. So it is my pleasure to welcome Algonquin College to County Council today. The college on the waterfront is the pride and joy of all of Renfrew County. I'm very pleased to welcome Dean Kelty Jones and Jamie Bramberger, Manager of Community and Student Affairs, to County Council today. They're going to give us a presentation. There'll be opportunities for some questions. So Jamie and Kelty, take it away.
Well, since you mentioned how beautiful the campus was, I thought I'd put it up behind me. Thank you very much for giving us some time today. I think this is a long delayed meeting. We had planned to do it a long time ago, and of course, COVID got in the way of all of that. So I'm pleased to be here We've met some of you at various presentations that we had pre-COVID to different municipalities, and it's nice to see you again. I'm going to let Jamie take the lead on his presentation. He is, as you probably are aware, an absolute pro at promoting our campus and describing what it is we do and how we do it. And he and I are going to tag team a little bit on this today. So Jamie, why don't you go ahead and start sharing that presentation?
Thanks very much, Kelty. So I think Sean is your technical producer, and I'll ask
Oh,
Sean. to distribute the
Sean.
slide deck.
Sean is one of our favorite employees too. He always makes me look good in whatever he creates.
Okay, so the slide deck's coming up. It is good to see you. Some of you, I haven't seen you in a while, so it's nice to see your faces, even if it's just on a video screen. So I'll get right into this. We'll go to the next slide, please. And really, this is going to be a bit of a data update, but really want to talk just about some of the different activities we have underway, and Kelty will jump in on some of those points as well. So for fall 2020, this is the latest. I took some first-year student data to give you a sense of who our students are. So there were 571 first-year students in fall 2020. You can see 53% were actually from out of town. But the difference is during the pandemic is not all of them had to relocate to Pembroke to be able to access our programming. However, many of our programs actually did have some in-person instruction, and we were able to do that in a safe manner. Only 130 students came directly from high school, 23%. Most people think of college students coming directly from high school. That's not the case. It's usually 1 in 4. Most of our students, while under the age of 25, come to us from, they may have gone to university, they may have gone directly into the workforce, and then they make a change in their decision-making and they come to us. So that number was actually down a little bit. We think that was a direct impact of the pandemic and students deciding to go back for an additional year of high school just because of the disruption that occurred in March and them not feeling as confident as maybe they would have been about pursuing post-secondary education. You can see 169 of our students were over the age of 25. So even though they're not as many coming directly from high school, the bulk of our student population is still relatively young, under 25 years of age, and it really depends on the program. The gender split, 60-40 women to men, primarily driven by the large percentage of healthcare students that we have, which still is dominated by more women than men in programs like nursing or personal support worker. 15 international students. Remember, this is only the fall intake. In fact, when we have the winter intake, which I'll talk about just a little bit of time, we have one program that has 14 international students. So literally with one program, our international student population has doubled. And 60% of our students, I think this is important if you think of the economic fabric of Renfrew County, rely on financial aid to be able to attend. That means they have student loans or they are accessing grants through government sources. Next slide, please. This is a quick snapshot of the last 3 years. So there's a caveat in this that I will just share in a moment. So fall 2020, we had 882 full-time students, another 51 part-time, so about 930 in that range. The year before, you can see it was a little bit higher, 909 full-time, 43 part-time. And the year before that, as we go to pre-pandemic, 940 full-time, 32 part-time. But the next bullet says numbers do not include academic upgrading and apprenticeship offerings. We have been doing a lot of apprenticeship training for skilled trades. And when you factor in those numbers, our enrollment last year was actually higher than it was in fall 2019. So yes, the pandemic had an impact on us like it has on all areas of society, but our enrollments have actually been quite strong. And for this coming year, our applications are up by about 300 applications. And while we're still early in the admission cycle, our confirmations are up as well. So it is really looking good for fall 21 for our enrollments. Next slide, please. I think this is helpful. I don't have the data from fall 2020 yet. I haven't had a chance to really dig in, but this will give you a sense, depending on what area of the county you're representing as an elected official, of where our students come from. So this is year-old data, but it would be similar. So of that 50% or so of our total population, you can see the bulk is coming from the Pembroke, Laurentian Valley, Petawawa area, primarily because of geography, proximity. That's where the bulk of the population is in Renfrew County, and that's where the campus is. So not surprisingly, that's where the bulk of our students come from. The further you get away from the campus, you can see smaller populations in some cases, and the numbers get a little bit smaller. So Whitewater, for example, had 36 students from that region who were enrolled with us in a full-time program in 2019. Renfrew had 19. Across the river in the Pontiac, there were 17, 16 in the Bonnechere Valley area. Next slide, please, Sean. And again, you can see here, Barry's Bay, Madawaska, 14, Deep River, 12, Killaloe, Haggerty, Richards area, 10, Chalk River area, 7, Arnprior, 6. Arnprior population tends to migrate more to Ottawa. And so we have lots of students from that area that are studying at our Ottawa campus. The other thing that I don't mention here is we had a Renfrew intake for a personal support worker program for the last few years. That's a winter intake, and that also bumps up our population as far as the eastern end of Renfrew County. Currently, we're offering 20 full-time programs. 18 of those programs have a fall intake. However, we are starting to introduce more winter intakes, and I'll mention that in just a second. Academic upgrading, which is really preparation for full-time programs, that has a continuous intake. It's all being delivered remotely right now through virtual means. And apprenticeship and pre-apprenticeship, a lot happening there, and I'll get to that in a future slide. Next slide, please. This is just very broad-based. I've just kind of clustered our programs so you get a sense of the breadth of programming that we deliver at the Pembroke campus. So everything from pathway programs to prepare students to go into a particular field, such as a pathway to health sciences, which is a really great stepping stone for a program like nursing or practical nursing. Business technology, a traditional business program, office administration, executive, computer systems tech. We know that a lot of our graduates are working for the county or for different municipalities across the region. So we're feeding some of those requirements that you have around your labor force. Certainly the health sciences area in particular, with Bonnechere Manor and Miramichi Lodge, the bulk of your staff has been trained by our campus on the front line, personal support worker in particular. Outdoor training, of course, supporting our local tourism sector, which is really important. We know how hard that sector has been hit, but we offer a number of programs in the outdoor adventure arena. We also have environmental programs, and we have forestry and a urban forestry arborist program where we've actually had to bump up our enrollments to create more seats because of demand, which is quite interesting. The program's only been with us about 5 years, and it has really taken off. Social sciences, social service worker, early childhood education, police foundations. And in the trades, we primarily right now are focusing on carpentry and electrical. And that is feeding this housing boom that is happening in certain sectors of the economy, particularly in the Petawawa area, which has had robust growth over the last few years. Next slide, please. Here's just a quick snapshot of some new programming. We launched our first postgraduate certificate program, Environmental Management and Assessment, in winter 21. The program has an enrollment of about 25 students. It is almost a split between international and domestic students. And those international students did arrive in Canada prior to some of the restrictions on travel. They had to self-isolate in Ottawa for a 14-day period before they were able to come to Pembroke. Many have now arrived. They did their first term in a virtual learning environment, and now they are doing some face-to-face instruction because of the outdoor nature of this program where we can do it safely. Computer programming will be added. We'll start in winter 2022. Geographical Information Systems is a new program that is planned for winter 22 as well. We are also working right now on a Skills Advanced Ontario program that will really support our forestry sector with both finding job seekers and providing some training to them, as well as incumbent training for employees that already work, and we're looking to upskill and help them move forward in their forestry careers. We're running an electrical pre-apprentice. This is at least the second, I'm trying to remember, it might be the third intake we've had of this. Very, very
At least
popular.
the third.
Third, thank you. You lose track. A lot of demand in that area. Pre-apprenticeship programs are completely free as well. Free tuition for students, which is really, really attractive. We're also running level 1 of the electrical apprenticeship program. We've just recently started an Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Carpenter level 1 program for high school students. So we have high school students from the public and the Catholic board who are taking this and able to get a credit in their program, also complete level 1 of the apprenticeship program, which is really a great feeder for a high school student to go into that field. And we are participating in a province-wide accelerated personal support worker program where the curriculum is being delivered virtually, but the placement activity is happening based on the geographical district that the student comes from. So any students that are registered from Renfrew County in this program are doing their placements in local Renfrew County facilities. Next slide, please. I'm going to let Kelty jump in here, and I'll take a break just around challenges and opportunities on COVID.
He likes to handle all the good news. Yeah, we have done some really amazing things over the past year, given the situation that we have been in. It has been quite remarkable. So, as you all know, come March last year, we all had to shift. I've gotten tired of hearing the word pivot, so I don't want to use that one. But we really had to completely change how we were operating, how we were providing services for students, how we were providing instruction for students. And, in March, we had absolutely no face-to-face, which required us to adjust our programs and make sure that we could get students to graduation and come up with some alternative assessments. and then in the summertime, we were able to test what it would look like to have face-to-face instruction. So we had permission from the province to bring back our forestry program to do their face-to-face pieces that they needed to complete for their graduation, their completion of the program at the end of the summer. And that was really an excellent opportunity for us. We have experts in risk management and risk assessment, and they developed really detailed protocols for every activity that we do, not just every class, but every activity that we do, so that people knew what they needed to do to stay safe and to make sure that they were preventing any transmission. So after we had tested it in the summertime, we had, when I looked at the numbers of students who spent some time on campus face-to-face during the last academic year, about 60% of our students had some sort of face-to-face instruction. Some of them were face-to-face almost every day. Some came in for just short periods of time. So we really dug deep into our programs to decide what it was that we absolutely had to do face-to-face and what are some of the creative ways we could do virtual and remote learning. Really interesting technology that's been come up. We've been using virtual labs, virtual simulated placements, and we're discovering that there's actually some better learning that's happening from some of these simulated placements than happens in the real-time placements. So we're learning that there's all kinds of new ways that we can be delivering our curriculum. We've really fast-tracked some evolution and change in our instructional practices. Competition is stiff for students right now because there are so many other options. If everything's remote, they don't have to worry about where they live, where they move, any of that. So we've really had to make sure that we're having lots of high-touch recruitment activities. We let students know from the outset that we want them to be here with us, and when they come to us, either remotely or in person, we will take good care of them. And that's been quite successful. Jamie's team has been absolutely outstanding in making sure that we have a really strong pool of students coming into the programs. And as, of course, we're staying involved in the labor market needs and shifts. Jamie has done a significant amount of work with the Economic Development Group to really assess what it is that the region needs to do to be able to recover and thrive as we move past this pandemic. And I am an optimist. I believe we will move past this pandemic. Next slide. So in the midst of all that, we can't always be in crisis management and crisis response. We still have to be thinking about moving forward. And we've really focused ourselves in on personalized learning for our students. We want to make sure that they have an experience that meets their needs. And we're also really looking at the diversification of the student population. So the programming that we're trying to bring in is programming that will attract a wide variety of students to us from different parts of the province and the country and internationally, because we believe that having a diverse student population enriches our experience and enriches the community. Work integrated learning has been a really high priority for the college as a whole, and we have done our best to include that within all of our new programming. because we see the value of having those work experiences that are partnered with the learning experience. So when the student exits, they have what they need to be able to be successful in the workplace. And finally, we have been doing some significant work in response to the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action. We received a large grant. That was one of the few good news moments in March of last year, was the announcement that we had been selected to receive a SSHRC grant, a Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council grant, which is quite difficult to get. So we have a 3-year grant that is supporting curriculum development. It's supporting indigenization activities. We are installing a medicine garden that will be next to the campus. We are working on creating all kinds of opportunities for our staff and our students to really engage in and understand Indigenous ways of knowing, and to have that information and that approach taught alongside the Western way of knowing, because all of these ways of knowing are valid, and all of them bring new perspectives and enrich the learning for our students. So those are our key areas of focus right now. And we're interested in talking about some partnerships that we have as well. Jamie's going to elaborate a little bit on these.
And I'll just mention, just on Truth and Reconciliation, we are bringing virtually His Honor Murray Sinclair, the lead commissioner for the Truth and Reconciliation calls to action, to our speaker series on May 11th. We have about 200 people already registered. So if you're interested in that, I can pass that information along to you. You may want to hear a historical figure in Canadian history speak about a very important topic. Direct partnerships, I've just got a couple of slides and then we'll wrap up. You're aware, I think most of you are, of the partnership we've had with Bonachir Manor and Renfrew the last few years to deliver programming right at the manor and produce personal support workers. And we know there's a significant demand for that. So that's been an add-on to our existing program that we have in Pembroke, plus the new accelerated program that is running this summer, where we also have more students coming into this program. We did collaborate, I should say, with the County of Renfrew, the City of Pembroke, the Upper Ottawa Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Labour Market Group of Lanark Renfrew to hold 4 forums, post-pandemic economic recovery forums in March. That report is now available. It was some really good information from 4 different sectors about what needs to be in place for a robust economic recovery and prosperity for Renfrew County as we move out of this pandemic. And we have a meeting set up. Peter Emo, I believe, is in this meeting today regarding partnerships and volunteer opportunities for our students and staff, and how we can work with you to have a very successful 2022 Ontario Winter Games. Next slide, please. So that's it. That was a lot, and I might have gone a little bit over my time. So I will be quiet now, and Kelty and I are happy to respond to any questions that you might have.
Well, thank you very much, Jamie and Kelty. And if you were a frequent viewer of County Council, going over time is what we do best here.
So glad we fit in.
So before I turn it over to questions from Council, I'm just going to go back to the PSW. The PSW program in the classroom at Bonachir Manor has been absolutely incredible for us as far as finding staff for our long-term care facilities. I know there has been previous discussion about doing something similar within the Miramichi Lodge facility. Can you bring me up to, our council up to speed on where that topic is at this point with the college?
Kelty, me or you?
I actually have not heard of any specific activity on that right now. I know it is something that we're discussing, but honestly, the province is bombarding us with different PSW funding opportunities and changes and shifts. And so right now our focus has been on the accelerated PSW program, where they complete the theory in a compressed mode, and then they have paid placements in the facilities. So we've been working with all of our local facilities on that.
The only thing I would add to that, Warden, is as you know, Miramichi and Algonquin College, the campus are very, very close together. And we have wonderful lab facilities on campus, and we do a ton of clinical placement activity in Miramichi, Marion Hill, all of the different long-term care facilities. The Renfrew partnership with Monastir Manor was really about being place-based and giving an opportunity for that end of Renfrew County to be able to access this training without having to travel to Pembroke. So that's what really made that partnership work well.
All right, well, thank you for that. So I do have a few more questions, but I'm not going to hog the airtime here, and I'll turn it over to other members of County Council for questions. Councillor Burrows, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Algonquin College. Two of the areas for municipalities that are experiencing challenges as far as qualified staff. One is the chief building official, the other one being just the actual municipal government support staff positions that are experiencing right across the province, not just in Renfrew County, certainly challenges to fill the shortages. There's an exodus of qualified, experienced people. Is the college working? I know some of the business programs would certainly cover some of the training that is required, but something more specific to address some of the challenges that municipalities are facing. Is the college working towards anything in that area?
I can respond to that, Councillor. Thank you for the question. I can tell you that I met as recently as last week with David Arbuckle and Yin Yan Ko of the Association of Municipal Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario about the training program that they already have that exists and about a potential partnership with the college. What I learned from that discussion is that the Municipal Clerks and Treasurers Association has moved its training to a remote delivery, which they believe is much more accessible for municipalities across the county or across the province. So they do, however, have some partnerships with colleges where colleges might have a broader program where they have moved some of the training that is specific to municipalities inside to allow for certification. So we're going to continue on with that conversation. And I do want to loop back with the warden and with Mr. Morrow, who we've also had this conversation with about what I guess are the barriers if this programming can be accessed remotely, or does it need to be in person? And then what would that look like moving out of the pandemic? So we're very aware of the issue. Many of you have brought it forward to us, and we are having conversations to see what we can do to potentially address it.
All right, thank you very much, and thanks for that information, Jamie, because that was definitely one of my questions as well, because it's a conversation Mr. Morrow and I have had with Algonquin College for the past couple of years. So, Mayor Sweet, I believe your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you, Warden, and good morning, Dean. It's nice to see you again, and also to Jamie. Just a couple of kudos to the college. It's really interesting to see that you've got a pre-apprenticeship program. I think that's absolutely vital. There is a huge void in apprentices and tradespeople, journeymen. Not only, as you indicated, in electrical and carpentry, but across the spectrum of the trades. All too often they get into the trades and then they get they can't get their final theory type thing. They have to travel on into Ottawa to get that. Is there any thought or anything that will expand the actual trade program beyond carpentry and the electrical trade? I'm thinking, for example, plumbing or IT or whatever else you might be that is required, because there is a huge void, and we see that not just in the housing end of it, but institutionally as well. Can you comment a little bit about that?
I would say the biggest limiting factor for us is facilities. So to be able to do some of the trades, you have to really ramp up the level of facility that you have. And if, in a smaller area, you might exhaust your market and you can't necessarily have that ongoing and have it be as a permanent space. And so in Ottawa, they have the luxury of having permanent spaces for many of these programs. One of the benefits of us doing the pre-apprenticeship electrician program is that allowed us to have to upgrade our facilities and upgrade our spaces so that we have the level that we need to be able to cover level 1 of electrical apprentice. But if we wanted to go to level 2, we would have to really modify our space a lot and add in a whole lot of new equipment. So those are our limiting factors in terms of the different trades. But we have, as we said, expanded from just the carpentry to covering the electrical at this point.
And I'll just add to that, I've been meeting with our school board partners, the Ontario Youth Apprenticeship Coordinators, weekly since last October. And that has produced a lot of new training opportunities in partnership with both the Catholic and public school boards. And there is more programming coming. So to Mayor Sweet, we are really trying to support high school seniors to get them a college experience before they leave high school. And there's been a tremendous focus on trades in particular, which we think is going to bode really, really well. I can also say to you that our carpentry and renovations program, one of our full-time programs, has been waitlisted for over a month. So the demand for trades programming is significant among the applicant pool, and we are trying to address that. But as Kelty said, there are some challenges. We also have to have the training designation from the ministry to be able to offer this training as well.
Supplementary, Mayor Sweet?
Yeah, thank you very much, Warden. Yeah, just so that you know, in many cases, a lot of the projects, certainly in Petawawa, are being delayed because there is not a lot of qualified journeymen in the environment, to the point where they'll close one project down and move the tradespeople over to another project so that they can move that one ahead somewhat and then come back. So there is a glut and there is a void. So it is something that that needs to be addressed, and I appreciate what I hear as far as pre-apprenticeships, particularly in the electrical, but there is a broad spectrum that has to be addressed there too. So I know you can't be everything to everybody. I get that, I understand that, but just to let members of County Council know there is a void, and I'm sure they know that, but we see it on a regular basis.
Yeah, and I'll just supplemental to that, I'll just to provide a little bit more context. Most of these programs that we're running have 18 to 24 students in each. So if we run them a couple of times a year, we are providing, somewhere between 20 and 60 new graduates that are coming out of these trades programs annually. So, and the majority are local. So I think that will help, but
Sure.
It will take time.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And the scenario you described, Mayor Sweet, is just not in Petawawa. I would say it's probably certainly across Renfrew County and possibly Ontario as well. Tradespeople moving from job to job can be very frustrating for those who are hiring them. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Nice to see you, Dean Jones and Jamie. Not in person, but it's good to see your faces. With the closing of the Ontario Fire College in Gravenhurst, have you been approached by anybody to perhaps set up a regional training center through Algonquin College? I think the feeling amongst the fire chiefs and the elected is that the closing of the fire college isn't the worst thing in the world. However, we need funding and we do need a place to train. So I'm just wondering if that's been given any thought. Jamie, I know that you were in discussion with my fire chief 4 years ago, and just wondering if that's gone anywhere. And I'd like to echo Mayor Sweet's challenges. We need automotive apprentices badly. So I'll leave that at that. Thanks.
Okay, I'll take the firefighter question. You're right. There were some conversations a few years ago, and that did cool off. That it didn't progress. We do have a pre-firefighter program at our Ottawa campus, so they are in the training realm of firefighting. We are not. We have had a few conversations with different partner organizations about this topic, but it has not moved forward at this point. Have we been contacted by any fire chiefs? I certainly have not. I don't know that Kelty has, of any recent time frame. So
Just some casual conversations about the need to have some additional training support in the region. But I also know it's a very complex area to get into. And I know this sort of secondhand because my wife is a volunteer firefighter and has gone through all the levels of training. So I have a bit of a sense of what's involved in creating that kind of a space. So, but I know that there have been also some conversations around, perhaps we could be partnering with CNL and with Base Petawawa to utilize some facilities and to create some training programs that way.
that's what I was alluding to around some potential partners. There have been those conversations. The automotive question, Mayor Murphy, we did have an automotive power technician program for a number of years. We did suspend the intake a couple of years ago, and that was really based on applicant demand. We just were not seeing applicants that were going into that field. We certainly do have a robust motive power technician program that continues at the Ottawa campus, but currently we are not training in the motive power field.
All right, Councillor Reinwald, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and to you, Jamie. You probably don't remember me, but back in about 2006, I worked at ACL, and I set up a program there. I worked there as it was a senior resource coordinator. I set up a program at the high schools and taking the students into a trades program. And in the first semester they were in there, it was mandatory for them to go through every trade section. And in the second term, they were allowed to pick and choose the trade or trades that they liked the most. And then shortly after that, I was the first time, probably the only time I met you, was we ended up introducing the OYAP program. So some of those folks that were in the OYAP program, I can tell you it turned out to be some very good tradesmen. And I just wanted to thank you very much for going back a few years, and I'm happy to see that the OYAP program is still going. And some of those the kids at that time who are now young ladies and men have come up and thank me very much for giving them the opportunity to get into the trades program. So I hope it still continues, and I'm not sure if you're still working with CNL on any of this, but it was definitely a good program, and so thank you very much for keeping that up, for the Renfrew County.
Thanks for your comments, Councillor. And I do remember, I've been on the ground level of OYAP since it started. And yes, it is continuing. We have very strong partnerships with all of our local school boards. And what I mentioned about a carpentry apprenticeship OYAP program running now for local high school students are 18, 9 from each board, will continue. And we're always looking for those opportunities. And yes, CNL continues to be a very, very important partner for us for both student placements, including apprenticeship. And obviously they employ a lot of our graduates as well as a major employer in the area.
Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden, and thank you to Dean Jones and to Jamie, consummate professionals both, but of course, outstanding boosters, unabashed boosters of Algonquin College Pembroke, and deservedly so. This is a true gem in the Ottawa Valley, and it's outstanding the embrace of the needs of our community. Certainly one of the things I wish to speak to, sorry, I dipped a little bit. Much like the forestry industry, the resources industry, I guess, inclusive of agriculture, it has been a significant gap in Eastern Ontario with the closure of Kemptville College of Agricultural Technology. There was a brief sojourn wherein KCAT was part of the University of Guelph, but that has concluded. Ridgetown College does continue under the aegis of Guelph University, but there is a significant gap here in Eastern Ontario, and I know that certainly at when the trauma was visited upon Eastern Ontario with the closure of KCAT, certainly I think at that time Algonquin was looking into it, and I do know that there is some programming, I believe, in Perth. But certainly for everyone that has seen some of the work of the graduates of Algonquin College, and certainly the initiatives of our own forester, Lacey Rose, will note that forestry is not your grandfather's forestry, and agriculture is not your grandfather's agriculture either. It is entirely different. For those of you unfamiliar, the term precision agriculture is common within the field now. That may seem perhaps an oxymoron, but the embrace of technology in food production in the agricultural sector has been incredible. Not just that, but even in the servicing and the trades is not the appropriate term, but just in terms of the employment that's available, both that's going to embrace technology and even to the extent of dairy and simply the milking of cows, et cetera. This is going to be an enormous challenge in servicing agriculture, certainly across the country and the continent. But I think particularly acute here in Eastern Ontario, for want of staff, I think we are going to languish, and the potential, I think, that is limitless is there. And I'm understanding that certainly most of these comments at least have had some kind of concrete item to put in front of the two of you, and I do not have that. But I know that you are, as I had said, very much engaged at all times in our broader community here and engaging, diving deeply. That I would certainly like to put that in front of you, that I think that there is tremendous opportunity. It probably would include having to work with the agriculture community itself, given the field work, the hands-on experience. But I think that that's a pretty significant gap in Eastern Ontario broadly, but particularly in the Ottawa Valley.
Well, you're speaking to my heart here, Michael. I came from the agricultural campus in Nova Scotia, the Dalhousie Agricultural Campus, where I worked for 10 years and worked very closely with precision agriculture researchers and with diploma programs that supported agriculture, as well as degree programs. So I absolutely understand what you're saying in terms of the new agriculture. It's not just farming, and tractors are probably some of the most complex pieces of machinery that you can find nowadays. So yes, I think that is definitely an area for opportunity, and I think that there's ways that we could support and develop some partnerships for that type of programming as well in the future.
If I might, as a follow-up, Madam Warden, having gotten that off my chest, I also want to, in my capacity as the Chair of Health Committee, want to extend deep appreciation for all that Algonquin has done in embracing the challenges of healthcare, and certainly as council and the two of you are quite aware of the dynamic environment that's going to be surrounding long-term care, and that elusive goal of the 4 hours of care. And as everyone is quite aware, it is not a complicated thing to build the bricks and mortar, but it is an enormously complicated thing to have the staff to fill that bricks and mortar and provide that service. It's not happening overnight, so it is certainly incumbent upon me to have deep appreciation for your engagement in the health sector. Very much appreciated on behalf, certainly, of all of the residents here of Renfrew County.
And thank you for that, Mayor Donoghue. And I guess I would just say we're extremely proud of all of our graduates and our students who have also stepped up during this pandemic and have been on the front lines supporting the effort with our most vulnerable population. So I think the credit belongs to those students, those graduates, our faculty who are on the front line. We just get to be the cheerleaders and support them, but they are really the ones that deserve the credit.
Absolutely, Jamie, that can't be said enough. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Jones and Jamie, for this update. We're very fortunate to have Algonquin College and both of you as such strong proponents of the college and representing the needs of our community. And I'd also like to thank you, Jamie, for your quick response on wanting to be involved in Ontario Winter Games. It's a little bit different now because I've had many enjoyable visits to your campus when I was the honorary chairman for United Way, and lots of really neat fundraising. I always enjoy the energy when you walk into into the building, into your square, right in the front entrance, and there's always something going on, and there's a hum, and there's excitement, and people talking, and so I've always enjoyed those activities and showing up for them, and our many partnerships in the past. So thank you for that. It's always been a joy working with you. Two questions. One is just off what Councillor Sweet mentioned, and you mentioned a need for ministry designation. So I was curious what that meant. And then the second question would be, in slide 1, you mentioned 60% of your students are dependent upon financial aid. And so I'm curious, is that consistent across the college and university spectrum, or is that particular to our community because we're a rural community so spread out and with a slightly less income than the provincial average? So if you could just add a little to those 2 points, please.
Sure. So I'll address the second question first about financial aid. The 60% is fairly consistent across the college system. It is, and I haven't looked at data on this in a while, Reeve, Emo, but we were a little bit higher, and I think that does speak to some of the socioeconomic reality of a rural region. Where we do have a greater dependence on financial aid. Now, remember that statistic is also drawn from students who access the Ontario Student Assistance Program, so the government loan grant program. That does not mean that the other 40% don't need some financial aid support. However, they may be getting it from different sources, student lines of credit, family support. Again, we're always looking to increase our bursaries, our scholarships to make access to post-secondary education more attainable. My comment about the training delivery requirement through the ministry, all colleges have a number of these TDAs as they are known, but there is a limitation on what school can offer what, depending either on your facilities, as Kelty has mentioned, to deliver that training. Or just on capacity, because there are only so many seats that are available through the ministry for this type of training.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other further questions? Seeing none, Jamie and Kelty, I don't know if you had joined us while I was doing my warden's address. If you did, you would have heard the words Renfrew County VTAC ad nauseum, probably for some folks sitting here now. But I do want to acknowledge the college's involvement with VTAC, in particular, the statistics and the data that your students have collected and staff have collected. It's been invaluable, not only to the operation of VTAC, but to the ongoing funding efforts that we are making. So again, thank you very, very much for that. This VTAC is a county-wide effort that hopefully will continue. And I know certainly, Jamie, your previous involvement with physician recruitment, that you're very aware of the needs there, as well as, when you're bringing students from out of the area here, and if they need a physician, it's almost impossible really for them to do anything other than show up in an emergency room. So again, I thank you very much, both of you, for being here today, and look forward to hopefully seeing you again next year.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us. And I'll close with remarkably, 2022 will mark the 10th anniversary of the Waterfront Campus. How time flies, and I hope we can have a wonderful celebration in person.
Absolutely, hope so too. So again, thank you very much for joining us today.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, correspondence, Mr. Morrow. Caught him off guard.
Some days it's just difficult to find a mute button. Warden, thank you. All correspondence has been sent to the appropriate committee. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So some of us have been meeting since 8:30 this morning. So what I'm going to do is ask Councillor Donahue to present his health committee report. After that, we will take a 10-minute break. So Councillor Donahue, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Warden. To the Council of the Corporation of the County of Renfrew, we, your Health Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Item number 1, is the resident population information for each of Monasher Manor and Miramichi Lodge. Item number 2 is the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic update vis-a-vis long-term care. They are in bullet form. Certainly, Council is well aware of the 7-week ordeal that was the outbreak at Miramichi Lodge. Once more, take advantage of this opportunity at this public forum to acknowledge and commend Ms. Sheedy and the entire staff at Miramichi Lodge for having stood up an outstanding response through that outbreak beginning in February. The second bullet point is with respect to the surveillance and symptomatic testing, and of course the rapid testing as the screening tool. The following bullet is with respect to the path to recovery and the devastation that was wrought upon long-term care broadly, not just by the pandemic, but of course the measures put in place to deal and respond to the devastation of certainly the first wave in long-term care. Much of that has to be reversed and engaged back into the world with the residents there once more. The next bullet point is with respect to the continued suspension of long-term care. And as I'm sure Council recalls, there is a requirement in Ontario to have a 97% occupancy target rate, which is essentially to at all times have available for our community when the need is there for them to take up residence in long-term care. You will note at the end of that bullet point that notwithstanding the outbreak at Miramichi Lodge, we have had at the lodge a 95% occupancy rate year to date, and we have met that 97 year to date at the manor. The next bullet point is with respect to prevention and containment funding. This has been ongoing for a year now, I believe. You will note that this is the final tranche of the provincial fiscal year. And you will note that there has been substantial funding to deal with the COVID emergency to the point where at the manor we will not be receiving the full amount of the final tranche as it is being reconciled. And with respect to the lodge, we have in fact used up more than the funds that were available to us. So likewise, they will be reconciled. And there is indication that the program will continue in the provincial fiscal year just begun April 1st. Item 3 is with respect to the national long-term care standards. Again, I suspect that this could be considered as part of the recovery of long-term care or the addressing of long-standing issues within long-term care that have certainly gained traction due to COVID-19. Likewise, as is noted in this, there have been national standards. Both the Lodge and Monasher Manor have the highest accreditation. You will note in here that the province of Quebec does require accreditation, yet notwithstanding that requirement, certainly Council will recall the trauma that was visited upon long-term care in the province of Quebec, certainly in the first wave of COVID-19. And as I have certainly been suggesting consistently, that it is time to recognize long-term care as part of the healthcare sector. And I believe that would be the starting point to achieve the required change. Item 4 is just in keeping with the transition from the LHIN model of healthcare and delivery of healthcare in Ontario to the Ontario Health model. Item number 5 is the provincial budget with respect to long-term care. The first bullet point, of course, addressing, as I had indicated or noted in the presentation by Algonquin College, of that ambition towards the 4 hours of direct care that has been in front of long-term care now for a couple of decades. It is now been put in place, but we need to work slowly towards that. The next item is with respect to level of care funding. As Council certainly has heard me probably to the point of tuning out perhaps, the challenges of the current case mix index and that it has only a veneer of meeting the needs and the increasing complexity of residents in long-term care. The next bullet point is with respect to stabilization funding. Following that is personal support worker. There was much discussion of that from the presentation from Dean Jones and Mr. Bramberger and their engagement, and certainly the need is identified clearly and articulated clearly at this bullet point. The next bullet point is on IPAC, infection prevention and control, and minor capital within long-term care. And the chart summarizes those allocations that are available at each of the homes. With respect to the contained within that, you will note just under the chart there is the asterisk that speaks to the funding, the application funding through ISIP. I believe it might be specifically the Resilience Fund, though I stand to be corrected on that. But certainly council will be aware. It has been made public. There was a moratorium on public notification of that, but we are enormously grateful that we have now received notice that we are successful in our funding applications. And that is for just under $1 million. That is $990,000 on upgrades to the HVAC system at Bonnechere Manor, and Miramichi Lodge will receive $106,000 to improve the humidification system. And certainly HVAC and humidification may not sound particularly invigorating, but certainly the COVID-19 has likewise identified that these are certainly challenges within congregate care, is proper air circulation. So enormously grateful to be successful in receiving that funding. The following bullet point, once again, is with respect to staffing and training on IPAC, rapid testing, the third-party surveillance. Once again, Ms. Sheedy was instrumental, certainly in collaboration with multiple other parties in resisting the initiative to essentially have security guards screening in long-term care, and instead that was taken upon by our own initiative. And the final bullet point is very exciting. Certainly the starting point for the discussion at the County of Renfrew was the development and adoption of the seniors housing strategy, but very grateful nonetheless that we are having a significant investment in the county broadly in long-term care, noting the redevelopment at the Grove in Arnprior, and likewise at the Four Seasons Lodge, affiliated with the Deep River Hospital, wherein there has, I think, been historically 10 long-term care beds, and that is going to expand to 86 long-term care beds. Likewise, there is a significant expansion at the Grove in Arnprior as well. So enormously pleased for the residents of our community. As everyone is aware, there is that tsunami of seniors just begun to enter into the seniors category. Following up on that, Madam Warden, is item number 6 with respect to the seniors housing strategy. I'm very pleased that Mr. Ken Folds, on behalf of REFACT, and of course Ms. Sheedy and Mr. Kelly, who were instrumental in the development of the seniors housing strategy, were invited to present a brief report on our initiative with the seniors housing strategy at the Advantage Ontario conference and convention, held virtually, of course, once again, which the presentation is 1 week from today. Item 7, once again, as I have routinely advised, fundraising has now become an integral part of funding of our healthcare, unfortunately, but we are enormously grateful for all of the fundraising that we have done to our community, who has been incredibly benevolent, and of course disappointed at losing such an outstanding and innovative fundraiser who has come up with some incredibly dynamic initiatives in this constrained and COVID environment, but certainly wish Mrs. McIntyre every success in her future. Item 8 is with respect to advancing community paramedicine practice in response to COVID-19. And you will note Commander Amber Holtink and advanced care paramedic Chelsea Lanos likewise have been invited to present to the Community Paramedic Palliative Care Program. This is yet again one of the tools within that Swiss Army knife as we are standing up more and more services that can be delivered out into our community, palliative certainly being the latest. Item number 9, commend paramedic Robert Blackwell, who has really embraced the AED program. And Mr. Blackwell has applied for grants for the continued support of that program. Item 10, I think, speaks volumes to the perfidy, perhaps, of our waterways, where with the snap of a fingers, we move from concerns of flooding to concerns of not even being able to refill the reservoirs. And that is the point that we are at, certainly along the Ottawa River watershed at this point. Item 11 is the VTAC testing center update. And as this is perhaps the closest to the heart of the warden, I anticipate that we may hear on the second lap with this report further on the outstanding collaboration of the paramedic service with the virtual triage and assessment center. Item 12, likewise, incredible commendations to the paramedic service for their extension into our community, those who are challenged to travel to receive the vaccine. And as I understand, a significant component of this extension out into the community has been completed. And I think that it speaks volumes to the incredibly vital importance of removing as many barriers and making as accessible as humanly possible the vaccine, which is going to be the foundation for us emerging from this COVID dynamic. Resolutions, Madam Warden. This is with respect to the Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program, MSAW Schedule G Declaration of Compliance. Resolution number H-CC-21-04-37, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that County Council authorize the Warden and Chief Administrative Officer Clerk to sign the annual Schedule G Form of Compliance Declaration for the period of April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, 2021, as part of the Multi-Sector Service Accountability Agreement, MSAW Amending Agreement between the Champlain Local Health Integration Network and Bonnechere Manor for the continuation of 100% funding for the Senior Adult Day Program. Item 14, and the background is attached and was presented in the report for Council's previous consideration. Item 14 is the Network 24 Ontario Health Team application, moved by myself, seconded by committee, that the Health Committee recommend that County Council authorize the Warden to sign and finalize application from Network 24 Ontario Health Team as one of the participating partners to be submitted to the Ministry of Health by the deadline of April 30th, 2021, and further, that the Warden be directed to provide a letter to the application partners, congratulating them on the progress to date and expressing the need for governance to include municipal representation as a critical element of a future Ontario health team in the County of Renfrew. The background is provided, and certainly supplemental to that, Council will recall the standing up of the Health and Social Services Modernization Ad Hoc Committee that was specifically tasked with engaging with the emerging model of health delivery and health care in the County of Renfrew, and that this is a significant step forward in meeting the needs of our community. And that it is resulting in what the advocacy position taken by the County of Renfrew, which is certainly short of the town of Arnprior and I believe McNabb Braeside, part of a separate Ontario health team. But this is otherwise a pan-county and inclusive also of the township of South Algonquin. So I think that this is definitely a very much should be considered a success, but as noted in the resolution, as we are moving forward, governance shall begin to be a conversation, as these are the agencies through which funding will be allocated across the healthcare spectrum here and right across the province of Ontario as we devolve from the LIN model to the Ontario Health and Ontario Health Team models. All of which, Madam Warden, is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Doncaster, Emo, Grills, Love, Murphy, and Warden Robinson.
Thank you very much, Chair Donahue. We'll begin under information item number 1, resident population. Any questions or comments? Number 2, the COVID-19 pandemic update for long-term care. Number 3, the National Long-Term Care Standards. 4, the transfer order notices. 5, the provincial budget for long-term care. 6, seniors housing strategy. 7, fundraising. 8, the advanced community paramedic practice in response to COVID-19. 9, County of Renfrew automated external defibrillators. 10, the emergency management update. I'm very pleased that we won't have to deal with the flood. I am sorry that you don't have enough water, but at least there's no flood. Silver lining for me. Number 11, VTAC testing center update. All I really want to say about this is I'm very, very pleased that AMO is writing a letter of support. The EOWC did so last year. And then again, depending on what happens with the response from the minister, AMO may then take a position. We're also very fortunate that we had Chief Nola making a presentation to AMO's Health Transformation Task Force recently. And I have asked him just to give us a little bit of a feedback as to what transpired, if you don't mind, Chief Nolan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Warden. And I have poor bandwidth today, so I'll be leaving my camera off. I was able to collaborate with AMO and Monica Turner specifically in the creation of a policy framework for community paramedicine in Ontario. Of course, community paramedicine and VTAC work hand in glove to be able to support people that are living in vulnerable situations, whether it be complex chronic disease or COVID-related symptoms in the community, and those that really need an extension of primary care with physical assessment and treatment in the home. We also, of course, layer in remote patient monitoring, which allows us to then continuously track, trend, and support people who want to live independently in the home. So AMO has been really excellent to work with in that the creation of a policy framework is looking at both the regulatory and practical solutions related to supporting community paramedicine. And through that model, I'm able to continue to socialize the concepts and the advantages that VTAC is providing in Renfrew County so that we can look at an expansion of that program beyond Renfrew County to be able to advantage as many Ontarians as possible. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Chief Nolan. Are there any comments? Item number 11. If not, number 12, the vaccine rollout. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And just speaking on vaccine rollout, I was pleased to see on the news last night that the province is finally including our early childhood care workers as part of the frontline service group. I know that's something they have been concerned about and have certainly working towards trying to get that vaccine. So I'm not sure if Director Patrick or Ms. Mulvihill are on the meeting, but I'm just curious whether our early childhood care workers in Renfrew County have received any notification that they can now apply for the vaccines and get that coverage.
Ms. Patrick, can you respond, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to Council, I can confirm that Ms. Mulvihill has been in communication with the child care centers, and as early as this morning, they have received notification that they can start to register for their vaccines. So that was a welcome relief to the child care centers. Thank you.
Absolutely. And it's very good news. And, you know, Councillor Broche, you weren't letting go of that issue as well. So congratulations on all of the efforts that you put into this. Under resolutions, number 13, Bonnechere Manor Senior Adult Day Program. And number 14, Network 24 OHT application. Oh, Councillor Lynch.
Thank you, Warden. It's to do with the dates, April 1st, 2020 to March 31st. Do we go in the past or was this to go to the future?
Okay, Ms. Sheedy, can you respond, please? We're referring to number 13, correct? The Bonnechere Manor Adult Day Program.
Hi, thank you, Madam Warden, through you to Council. Yeah, yes, the period of time is correct with the ministry year starting April 1st. It is retro, April 1st, 2020 to March 31st, their year just ending, March 31st, 2021.
Councillor Lynch, you all right with that response?
Thank you. Just kind of curious that we go for the past instead of the future. Thank you.
Right. And number 14, Network 24 HT application. Councillor Donahue, please.
Actually, I was going to refer to that was the form of compliance declaration that was signed for the preceding year, just on Councillor Lynch's question. While I have the floor, though, just on this one, I'll be very brief. Very pleased, actually, at the population that is proposed to be the lead population or the lead issue to be addressed. It is certainly consistent with our seniors housing strategy and our recognition of the challenges, a component of which is being addressed by VTAC. I think the virtual is to be embraced, that is part of this application as well. I also, though, the chief part of this that I am most happy with or pleased to see is, and I think that perhaps even can lean in a little farther, I think it is about time that rurality becomes a health equity issue. Certainly it is within this application, it is addressed as such, but you will note that there is a page where they are identifying the equity lenses, which are those certainly that council will be familiar with, that have been adapted and adopted broadly. But I think it is overdue that the rurality is likewise a health equity issue, as you are certainly aware, most acutely given your side hustle, if you will, Madam Warden, of the unfortunately eternal doctor recruitment that seems to be part of living in Renfrew County, that this is a particular challenge if that primary care access point is diminished and has been diminished here for some time. So I'm very pleased at those populations that are addressed as the principal concern in year one. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments on item number 14? You know, I want to recognize the efforts of many agencies throughout the County of Renfrew who have worked so hard to get to this point in the application process. Many people have come together, and certainly our long-term care director, Shelley Sheedy, and our chief of paramedic service, Mike Nolan, have played a pivotal role in all of this. You know, and I will be pleased to sign on to the application. However, I will be very careful in how I write the letter that will accompany my signature, because we do not want to lose track of the fact that governance and having representation from people of the County of Renfrew is essential going forward. So a great first step, but I still think there's a ways to go here. Any comments on the report as a whole? Seeing none, do I have a mover? I saw your lips moving.
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Well, I have 1020. Again, I think that we're going to take just a 10-minute break just to get up and move around, folks, because these days are very, very long for all of us. So, Sean, if you can just. Okay, welcome back, everyone. My pleasure to turn the meeting over to the Chair of Finance and Administration Committee. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Warden. Your F&A package begins on page 57. Members of County Council, we, your Finance and Administration Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, number 1 is the EORN Spring newsletter. And as the Warden just alluded to on our break, I will be officially part of this board as of next Thursday. So I will have probably stuff to report at our next County Council meeting. Number 2 is the COVID-19 corporate financial summary to December 31st. Number 3 are your unaudited 2020 financial statements. And there's some background information there. Number 4 is the MPAC assessment update. Again, I know that we're all very frustrated with this, but we will revisit this later on in the year. Number 5 is your AMO update. Number 6 is the POA administration additional court dates and their advocacy efforts. Number 7 is our procedural bylaw amendment with regard to electronic meetings. And what the committee decided was that we weren't going to recommend to County Council that actually all of County Council members should have a say in how we're going to do this. There is a lot of background information, but the first paragraph is it says our committee is asking council members to carefully review the information on declared emergency and electronic meetings so that we can have important discussion on this very important issue. So I look forward to conversation about that. Number 8 is under resolutions is our FCM Board of Directors election. Resolution number FACC 21-04-46, moved by the chair, seconded by committee. Whereas the Federation of Canadian Municipalities represents the interests of member municipalities on policy and program matters that fall within federal jurisdiction. Whereas FCM Board of Directors is comprised of elected municipal officials from all regions and sizes of communities to form a broad base of support and provide FCM with the united voice required to carry the municipal message to the federal government. And whereas FCM's virtual annual conference and trade show will be held June 1st to 4th, 2021, during which time the annual general meeting will be held and followed by the election of FCM Board of Directors. Be it resolved that the Council of the County of Renfrew endorse Councillor Glenn Doncaster to stand for election on FCM's Board of Directors and appointments to standing committees for the period starting June 2021 and ending at the AGM in 2022. And be it further resolved that the council assumes all costs associated with Councillor Glenn Doncaster attending FCM Board of Directors meetings. And number 9, under bylaws, this is all of our tax policy stuff. So I have resolution number FACC 21-04-52, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve that a bylaw setting the starting 2021 tax ratios for county purposes and lower tier purposes for the year 2021 be adopted at this session of County Council. Resolution number FACC 21-04-53, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve at this session that the 2021 tax ratio bylaw include a revenue neutral ratio for the landfill class at 1.189066. Resolution number FACC 21-04-54, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve at this session that the 2021 tax rates for the County of Renfrew include a calculation to apply a municipal budgetary tax increase to the industrial and large industrial classes equal to 50% of the tax rate increase over 2021 notional tax rate for the residential class. Resolution FACC 21-04-55, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that County Council approve a reduction in the broad industrial ratio down to the provincial threshold of 2.63 phased in over a 2-year period, beginning with the 2022 tax cycle. And there is a whole lot of background there for your reading pleasure. Finally, number 10, resolution number FACC 21-04-56, moved by the chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve that a bylaw to establish the 2021 tax rates for the county of Renfrew purposes be adopted at this session of county council. And there is background there, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Brose, Doncaster, Donahue, Hunt, Peckett, Robinson, and Sweet. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Chair Murphy. So I'm going to go back to the beginning of your report, item number 1, Eorn Spring newsletter. And again, very excited that you'll have your official welcoming to Eorn board next Thursday. Any questions? Number 2, COVID-19 corporate financial summary. Number 3, the unaudited 2020 financial statements. Number 4, MPAC. Number 5, Association Municipalities updates. 6, Provincial Offences Administration. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. When this was reviewed at Finance and Administration, I expressed that I was quite disconcerted at this. There are numerous bromides that one might bring forward, but certainly justice delayed is justice denied, whether it is the accused or whether it is essentially the state. There is an unreasonableness in the expectation of perhaps a 90-month, that's 7.5 years, I did the math, which I would suggest is probably at least 5 years beyond what likely our system would deem as an appropriate level. And it is a challenge for us here that we might be perceived to be a barely lawful society. That's unacceptable. It's as I had said, quite distressing that it has come to this. It is not entirely due simply to COVID. COVID has created, because of the stopping up for periods of extended periods of time of the hearing of POA offenses, that has certainly contributed to it. But this predates COVID. And it is unacceptable. So I'm certainly enthusiastically in support of the letters being sent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, and I am as well, and look forward to the response from the ministry. Any other comments? Item number 6. Seeing none. Item number 7, procedural bylaw amendment, electronic meetings. Councillor Donahue, please.
I wonder, Madam Warden, if item 7 might be best removed, severed from the report as a whole. I'm assuming that there might be some engagement on this, and I think to provide for that opportunity, it might be practical to sever it. So I will so move.
And I will second. And Michael, you stole that right out of my head.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Great minds think alike, I suppose. So any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on then to item number 8, resolutions, FCM Board of Directors election. Any comments? I'm very pleased that Councillor Doncaster will put his name forward once again. Third time the charm, hopefully. If they're smart enough there, they'll see what they have in Councillor Doncaster, and I'm quite confident that you'll become a member of the Board of Directors this year. My question is to vote. Do we merely have to register for the conference and we get a vote, or what is the process there? I probably should know that, but I don't. Councillor Doncaster, please.
So yes, you are correct. You do have to be a participant in the conference.
But that's it. I register, I get a vote. Simple as that.
Correct.
Excellent. I saw someone else's hand up. Oh, okay. Oh, yes, Councillor Lynch, please. Your mic is turned off, sir.
There we go. My question was the same, and I was hoping Glenn would forward us the line that we go to register, which saved me a lot of time trying to find it last time.
I'm sure we can get Rose can send that out to everyone. She's shaking her head yes, so she'll do that for us. Any other comments? Bylaws, the tax policies. Number 10, County of Renfrew tax rate bylaw. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Sorry, back to number 9, resolution FA. Perhaps I will warn Mr. Foss, so he's listening. FACC 210455, one with respect to the industrial tax ratio. I'm wondering if we could get some insight into perhaps the discussion and from the tax working group, and whether there was concerns from any municipalities brought forward with respect to this item.
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and good morning, members of County Council. So the question that came forth from Councillor Donahue is specific to our future plans, and that is with respect to reducing the tax ratio or the burden that the industrial ratepayers pay in relation to all of the other ratepayer groups or property classes within the County of Renfrew. So the province of Ontario has set a threshold or a maximum tax ratio that the industrial class can pay in relation to the residential class, and that is 2.63. And that threshold has been in effect for over 20 years. And any municipality who has a tax ratio higher than that is restricted from passing full budgetary increases onto the this tax class. And so we are allowed, it's called a levy restriction option, we are allowed to pass 50% of any budget increase onto that class, but not the full budgetary increase. And because of that, the relationship between the industrial tax rate and the residential tax rate has been reducing now for better than 20 years. Simply a case of mathematics. Because we can't apply the full budgetary increase to industrial and we do to everybody else, that relationship gets a little bit smaller each and every year. So this proposal that's coming forward has been discussed by the Tax Policy Working Group for probably the last 7-8 years, fairly seriously. And we do a pretty in-depth analysis of what the impacts would be to get us to this provincial ratio. And so at this year's Tax Policy Working Group, we had a resolution brought forward by a number of members that we deal with this over a 2-year phased-in approach, and that we move the industrial class to that particular ratio. You know, essentially it'll take another 25 years before it'll essentially never resolve itself the way it's going, but it will continue to shrink, but it'll take another 25 years to be substanted. So the proposal that came forward was to reduce this over a 2-year period. It will automatically place a higher tax burden on all of the other classes. And it's about a 0.26 of 1%. So about a 1/4% increase to the tax burden of all other tax classes phased in over 2 years. So essentially a 0.13% increase in 2022. And again, 0.13% increase in 2023. At the end of 23, we'll have achieved our objective of meeting the provincial threshold. And from now on, your treasurers do not have to go through a very complicated calculation to come up with industrial tax rates in accordance with the legislation. And so your treasurers group felt that this was a reasonable phased-in approach to bring the industrial taxpayers in line with all of the other property classes, in that whenever we calculate a levy, municipal levy increase, it applies to all property classes equally. Hope that answers the question, Madam Ward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. It was an excellent explanation. Councillor Doncaster, do you have supplementary or are you good?
No, that's fine, Madam Warden. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments about the tax policy resolutions? Seeing none. Number 10, the County of Renfrew tax rate bylaw. All right, the report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
The report as a whole, except number 7, Madam Warden. So
that's
moved. Correct.
Yes. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So let's go back to number 7. I am confident that when each of you received your county council package last Friday, that you noticed this and read through it in detail. The significant amendments that we are suggesting to our procedural bylaw. And so with that, I will open up discussion. Again, conscious of the fact that while I don't want to stop anyone from sharing their opinions and debating the issues, if this carries on for too long, we may have to move it to another meeting, because I don't want to have people again staying here till 4 o'clock in the afternoon if we don't have to. But this is a very, very important topic that we must have a fulsome discussion on. So with that, I'll open up to Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rather than get into anything specific, I might cite a couple of specific just to make the point. But what I would suggest is first, I think it's appropriate. Council will note that there was not a recommendation made because it was felt that that would be presumptive given the substantive change that is in front of us. The Council for the County of Renfrew, rather the County of Renfrew, has existed since 1861, some 160 years now, right up until the declaration of a state of emergency in March of last year. There was no other option. So my position on this is I think that this does provide a useful tool, given our terrain, given the issues that might be experienced with traveling. The broad position that I would advocate for the permission of electronic participation is such that the body, that is council or committee, is given primacy. And by that, I mean, there was even great discussion at Finance and Administration with respect to what if someone was on county business, if they were out of the county, out of the province, et cetera. And I think that there are certainly already been measures put in place. That is one in specific, that each of the lower tiers now does have the wherewithal to appoint a backup, if you will, for those who cannot participate. Likewise, within this, and again, I cite this only as an example, item I, should the presiding officer lose connectivity for longer than a period of 5 minutes, the clerk shall ask the members to appoint a presiding officer from among the members present. I don't think that there is anyone present on this council meeting. If in fact we were meeting in the council chambers, that would not be mesmerized should the warden stand and walk out of the room for 5 minutes. We would not pause. It would be unseemly. It would not be respecting the privilege of council. So likewise, I think that if we are to move to an electronic platform or a virtual realm, that likewise the same be, that it is immediate. I think I'm using that only as an example, but all of the procedures that might be put in place for electronic participation should, in my estimation, be as if council was meeting in person, and that we are simply extending a privilege given the weather challenges that we experience. And that was certainly what was advanced at FNA, and I certainly would endorse that. Thank you.
So I don't want to, again, because I think there's going to be quite a bit of discussion, I don't want to lose track of that. So are you suggesting, Councillor Donahue, that item I, the words "for longer than a period of 5 minutes" would just be omitted from item I?
Frankly, Madam Chair, I do not know that piecemealing each item is the approach. I'm believing that much of this should be reconsidered through that lens, which is as if council were meeting in person. This is how we do it. And the principles that I'm talking about would be that it is essentially exclusively in a declared weather event, that it not be extended for travel, because there are other means whereby any council, any lower tier municipality can appoint an alternate, that there is no hesitation, that it is essentially up to each individual councillor to ensure connectivity. And should they not be able to ensure that, that the meeting move on, and should they be the chair, it moves on instantaneously. Or if in fact their internet is unstable, that the vice chair shall assume the chair, those sorts of things. And I don't think in piecemealing it, removing this section, adding this section, I think that could be problematic. And I do recognize that this sunsets at the end of June, I believe. But I think what I am suggesting is that this be revisited and seen through that lens of assuming that it is written as if everyone is present, but for very specific and unique instances.
All right, well, thank you for that. I still think it's going to be easier for me, not necessarily piecemeal, but I need to at least acknowledge areas of contention or debate. Mr. Morrow, did you have something you'd like to say? Because you're going to be the one dealing with this.
And that's why I'm going to raise this question now. I'm reticent to do this, but given the example that Councillor Donahue provided with respect to the presiding officer, that would make a change to the procedural bylaw in a different way. So in assuming that the presiding, I think your statements assumes that the presiding officer could not participate electronically and must be in council chambers at all times. Because if you were to change that as suggested, that would mean the presiding officer could not participate electronically.
If I may, I don't think that's is quite the point that I was certainly trying to make, and if so, perhaps I did not make it with clarity. It is that certainly the presiding officer can preside, in my estimation, remotely. But as soon as there would be a challenge, and I recognize, and I'm citing this only as an example because Councillor Murphy has particular challenges. Hopefully they are addressed in the not too distant future, whether it is that or perhaps with myself as health, so that you are presiding right up until the minute that you are having connectivity challenges, at which point the vice chair then assumes the chair for the balance of the meeting, not just in the absence of, but that you are then respecting the privilege of council, whether it be within the council itself or within committee. I am not disposed towards routinely waiting for 5 minutes for connectivity to be established. Likewise, in our procedural bylaw already, I don't know what the period that is extended for the presiding officer to present before the alternate steps in immediately and then moves forward. And that's what I am suggesting, is if this is seen through that lens, as it is as if we are in person.
All right, thank you. I think that was fairly clear. Any additional comments? Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Morgan. The only concerns I had were we're doing the electronic and we're having our, hypothetically, the operations committee, the power punches out in McNabb, Braeside, and Arnprior. We lost quorum and we lost our chair. Then the meeting stops until everybody gets back on net, and no one seems to know when that is. where we're in chamber and the power goes out, we still see each other's face and we can still discuss. Thank you.
So are you saying you do not want to have virtual committee meetings? I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, sir.
I'm in favor of the virtual meetings, Chair, just pointing out what could happen.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only issue that I wanted to address here would be with respect to the reasons for participating electronically, recognizing that we're in the 21st century and perhaps the County of Renfrew and this council could at least come into the 20th century. We have tools that are available to us today. We've had them for quite some time. And the pandemic, the state of emergency, all of this has heightened those. They've brought them up. They've forced us to operate differently, to adjust to the circumstances that we are in. And I firmly believe that if any member of this council is on municipal business, that they have the right and they should be able to participate in the meeting, whether it be in person or electronically. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other further comments? Councillor Murphy and then Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And further to Councillor Doncaster's comments, I think the challenge is the significant weather event. And at FNA, we did have a discussion and spoke with Mr. Perkins about this, is that a significant weather event is declared across the entire county. And one of the challenges with that, and I know that my neighbor and colleague, Councillor Keller, will agree with me, you know, some people can get to the county office very easily and don't have the same kind of weather that we have. I followed Sheldon to the county building a couple of years ago, and Sheldon, correct me if I'm wrong, it took you almost 2.5 hours to get to the county building from your place. And I was just thankful that I was following him because we ran into some really bad weather coming across 512. So I just want to make people aware that, you know, much like we don't want the province to see us in the same lens as urban environments, not all weather is created equal in the county of Renfrew. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Murphy. Mr. Morrow, please.
Sorry, ma'am, just that mute button's hard to find sometimes. With respect to Councillor Doncaster's comments, I would like to bring to Council's attention the addition of C that we have added into the County Council report. And if I may, Warden, I would read that. A member of council who has been duly appointed to an external advisory role, such as AMO, Roma, FCM, or EORN, etc., shall be permitted to participate electronically should they be performing this role within Canada and at the discretion of the presiding officer and the clerk. So we did include that piece to try to address that concern that was raised by Councillor Doncaster. If I may, Warden, I'll continue on to the comment with respect to significant weather event. I did take some time to investigate that. In fact, what we have learned through the regulation, I believe it says that the upper tier or the local municipality could declare a significant weather event. So should the local municipality declare the significant weather event, I'm hoping that would address that local geographic issue. So we have built that into the procedural bylaw changes as well to recognize that it either declared at the local level or at the upper tier. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moore. I'm just going to go back to Councillor Doncaster. So do you see item number C as covering your concerns, sir?
Yes, absolutely. And that was actually the section I had highlighted that I was speaking to. So.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Murphy, did you have supplementary regarding significant weather events?
No, I think just to Mr. Morrow, it just the A says in the county of Renfrew. So should it be within the county of Renfrew as opposed to in the county of Renfrew, which to me reads that it's a county of Renfrew through Environment Canada significant weather event.
Sure.
I'm just wondering if
That's a pretty simple, easy change. I think we can definitely
right.
do that.
I'm a simple, easy girl.
Glad to hear it. Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you. I'm comfortable with the thrust of what I'm seeing in the points, with the possible exception, and I lean towards the position of Councillor Donahue in the sense that I think, I'd like to see us stress the need for a physical quorum, so that should there be, and in part to address what Councillor Lynch has said too, I think, that we should stress the need for a physical quorum as we move to a hybrid model, because I think that would take care of some of the challenges around technology. And, it might even be so far as to stress that the chair and the vice chair, whenever possible, be part of that quorum physically, or at least one of them. And then that way there is some continuity of business. So those are the kinds of things. I think the reality is, as Councillor Doncaster has said, I might not be quite as forceful about racing off in the 21st or 22nd century, but I think as we modernize how we conduct our business, the reality is we will become increasingly dependent upon hybrid and virtual meetings. And I think this has given us the opportunity to test drive it. So we're aware of the limitations now, which essentially revolve around broadband. And I think as soon as you get more than 17 or 18 people on a call or a meeting, it becomes difficult to traffic or to direct traffic. So I think we're going to go ahead in some form, but I really think we need to make sure that we're conducting the business, and as Councillor Donahue astutely noted, as if we're in chambers. So all of the changes should speak to the strength of being in chambers. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo, and I can't agree more. I'm sure that all of us here today have had our fill of Zoom meetings and meeting virtually. But definitely the preference, should always be to be in person in chambers. Mr. Morrow, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, ma'am. I just on Councillor Emo's comment, and the reason I raise this is in terms of notification to the clerk or the deputy clerk with respect to in advance of the meeting occurring, knowing who is going to be participating. That is my challenge in indicating, how quorum would result. I'm asking, would members of council be satisfied if staff drafted a preamble to this section of the procedural bylaw that would outline the intent? So it would not be a clear direction. And, from the clerk perspective, and again, I'd like to see clear triggers in the procedural bylaw that yes, it can happen, no, it can't happen. But a preamble would allow us to put a piece in front and outline council's intent with this particular section of the procedural bylaw. That would help us establish that and make it clear to what council's intent originally was. I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow. And again, I think that's a great idea, because what I wouldn't like to see is that because we couldn't have people present in chambers, that then we wouldn't have quorum and we wouldn't have committee or council meeting. Councillor Emo, I saw your hand up, sir.
Thank you. And I agree with Mr. Morrow's point, and I would go so far as to suggest when the package is sent out on the Friday or whatever the procedural bylaw calls for the committees, that there be a return where I signify I'm going to be physically in attendance. So I think that would help with the balance, and should and should there be a box to explain even further, that would be great. But so I think that would help with that, so that should there not be enough responses come back in, then there could be some conversations. I could put off having my pool opened or something just to come in May for a committee meeting, as opposed to sitting watching them. So that, that directly, I think if we can have some kind of mechanism where you have some pre-warning, I think that'd be helpful.
Okay, thank you for that. Mr. Morrow, please.
Just in response to that, I would remind members of council that the scope of the procedural bylaw would be limited to essentially the three things. It would be limited to a significant weather event, you being away at an event where you're duly appointed, like Roma or some other type of concern. And there was one other point, a declared emergency. Sorry. So it would only be limited to those three situations where a member could participate. So to a certain degree, that would be that would really restrict the participation electronically. I don't believe that the pool opening would fall under any one of those categories. Thank you.
Thank you for that, because I was looking quickly through this trying to find pool opening in here, but I wasn't sure. Perhaps I missed it.
I'll pass words on to management.
Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Mr. Morrow. I think, in fact, it is inspirational, his suggestion, so as he can define what peace, order, and good government, frankly, is in the preamble to our electronic participation. I think, as I had indicated, within that, I would like to see that the primacy shall be given to an in-present. I think even the very fact that multiple jurisdictions for their governance still refer to them as assemblies. And I think that we need to be cognizant of our accessibility to the public. And given this forum right here, certainly we are accessible to the public in terms of them viewing council, but it is probably difficult should they wish to petition council or perhaps protest outside of 9 International Drive. I think that they would be left or bereft of any option with respect to that. So I think that the solution of having the preamble, I think, is certainly what would satisfy me. I think both the significant weather event, similar with the declared state of emergency, should be whether on a provincial, county, or local municipal perspective, i.e. The local municipality could also be in a declared state of emergency that would therefore make that representative to county council eligible for electronic participation. Likewise, I also want to speak to, I think what Mr. Morrow is talking to with respect to the presiding officer, is it might seem simple in principle to say that should they lose connectivity. But I think I would certainly recommend at this point that, as Councillor Emo has suggested, that the presiding officer shall be within the membership present physically.
All right, thank you for that. Mr. Morrow's taking copious notes here. Councillor TJ, please.
Thank you very much. Can I get a better understanding of, let's say it's freezing rain and I've driven in freezing rain getting to county council. It's not a pleasant, we're putting our lives at risk to get to a meeting. And at this stage in my life, I don't know that I want to do that. So does this allow me, if it's bad, I'm not saying a couple of drops, I'm saying really bad weather. And we have all driven in that bad weather to get to county council. Does this allow me to stay at home and participate electronically?
Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor TJ. The trigger and the trigger in the bylaw would be that at either the local municipality, so your local municipality, or at the county, or at the province, or nationally for that matter, where it has been deemed there is a significant weather event. And I think that Environment Canada, in most of those cases, if there is even the hint of a freezing rain type of warning, those are typically triggered, and it really occurs. And I know other members of council have expressed concerns with how easily those significant weather events are triggered, and what other implications with those. So I guess what I'm getting at in my response is we need a trigger, and the regulation as defined the significant, as it defines a significant weather event, would be the trigger that would allow that to occur. So ma'am, as you as the mayor could indicate that at Killaloe Haggerty Richards, along with your roads department and with an Environment Canada notice, a significant weather event is occurring in your particular geography within the county of Renfrew, that yet no, you would prefer to participate electronically. So that would allow it to occur, but there needs to be some type of trigger. Thank you for that to happen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morrow, for that clarification. Are there any other questions or comments? Councillor Brose, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And just one, I do agree with Councillor Emo and Councillor Donahue that for most in meetings, for all intensive purposes, the presiding officer should be in attendance in county chambers, unless, of course, as Councillor TJ said, it would require, putting yourself at significant risks to travel over roads that are, for lack of a better word, almost impassable. So in that instance, would the presiding officer then delegate that responsibility to the vice chair? I'm not sure how that would be handled.
Okay, I would hope not. I would hope that if there is an opportunity for other members of committee to participate electronically, that be the chair be also given that opportunity, should you not be able to come in safely. But Mr. Morrow, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Chair. And I go back to Councillor Donahue's earlier comments or some of the notes. And what I took from that was that in the preamble that we discussed earlier, I would identify the primacy is to be present with respect to participation, but that would be the preamble. That would not dictate that occur, but understanding that that would be council's preference and council's wishes, that, when this does occur, that the presiding officer for either a committee or for council be present. However, it is with the understanding that it could still occur. But again, the preamble would address it in terms of spelling out the fact, it is council's wishes that in most circumstances, it would be their preference. Thank you.
Rose, is that all right? Or do you have supplementary?
No, that's good. No, that covers it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments? Councillor Lynch, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. In the past year, the Operations Committee has not met in council chambers. We've rotated around the county so that the Operations Committee can see what other municipalities are doing. With that in place, how would our virtual work if a municipality doesn't have Zoom, i.e. the town of Arnprior? We have a clerk that puts us all on, but would that be the responsibility of the municipality to ensure that the meeting then it makes all the conductivity and the rules and regulations? Thank you.
If it was a county committee meeting, I would suggest that the county of Renfrew would take care of all of those logistics. Absolutely. Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm going to ask a question that's not specific to this bit of policy, but I did hear it mentioned that we're looking at something to begin in June. And I'm just wondering, is there an expectation that members will be returning to in-person meetings before we're fully vaccinated? I say that I ask the question because I know myself, I have vulnerable members in my immediate family, and I would be taking a risk, especially with the variants of concern that we're currently dealing with. Thank you.
At this point, Councillor Love, we are still in a declared emergency, and in all likelihood will still be there come June. I think that June was the deadline to review all of the procedures that were occurring and looking at amendments to our procedural bylaw, but in no means is there intent to force people to come back if they do not feel safe. That's definitely not what's going to happen here. So, and quite honestly, by the end of June, if our council chambers are ready, I will be pleasantly surprised. So I think we're looking at August, but I mean, I've got people laughing in the background here, but that's the reality of it. Any other further, Councillor Regier, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just one that I don't think has been addressed, and that is health. In the event a councillor should fall and break a leg, is very capable of participating, but struggles or has issues with transportation or whatever, would that be deemed okay to participate?
Mr. Morrow.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very difficult issue at the staff level to contemplate in the procedural bylaw, because the challenge would be at that point, what is the trigger to allow a member to participate? So if someone has the flu or has a cold, you know, how do we, what is the mechanism that allows that to occur where they notify? So when we wrote this particular item, it was clear that we needed clear triggers for it to occur. And that was one we had some real difficulty defining. I go back to a couple other members. There are other provisions should there be a health issue for an alternate member of council to participate and deal with that particular scenario. But ma'am, it is not written in the procedural bylaw as drafted at this point.
Supplementary, Councillor Regier?
No, it's just, I would find that unfortunate, because I do believe that, you know, if a person is unable to attend in say for 2 months or 3 months while they're rehabilitating, I just find that unfortunate. But I understand a cold or a flu for sure, because it is perhaps in the moment or in the day or the week. But I'm talking long-term here, maybe 2 to 3 weeks, where people are into physiotherapy or anything else. Thank you. Just my point.
I don't think we're going to be able to cover every possible case scenario within our procedural bylaw. Again, though, if someone is unable to attend for 2 to 3 months, there is the option of having an alternative from your council representing you as well. Councillor Murphy and then Councillor TJ.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And Councillor Regier is absolutely correct. I would just say that could we not allow for special dispensation? So if God forbid one of us fell and broke a hip and still wanted to participate, that we would contact the warden and the CAO to ask for special permission. I agree with Councillor Regier, maybe not a cold or a flu, but if you have a cold or a flu, I think we know now, do not attend the county building, don't do it. But I think if you're talking about, you know, treatments, anything or a sudden event, could we not allow for special dispensation?
Well, the thought of breaking a hip is kind of scary, and I'm looking around the room here and I'm thinking that wouldn't be good for a lot of us. Anyway, Councillor TJ, please.
So 2 years ago, I broke my foot. As you know, I was in bed for 12 weeks. I was not allowed to go to any meetings. And I spoke to my council, and then none of them wanted to attend. They said well, almost all of them worked full time, so they weren't able to. So at that time, I have a better situation now. But so I agree with Kathy and Jennifer. I think we as county councillors have to be receptive and allow somebody that can't get there. And I couldn't. I was in bed for 12 weeks. And I think that I should, and anybody else should have the right to do it virtually. And I think it's absolutely nonsense to not allow us to do that.
I know Mr. Morrow is taking some more notes here, because obviously this is going to be sent back to staff to further develop. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I don't think it's conceivable that I could be more opposed to this most current discussion. While I certainly recognize the incredible skill and talent of all of those represented here on County Council, and that certainly the body is depleted significantly if any one of us fails to be able to appear. But our role is not such that we appear, it is that our communities are represented, bearing in mind, of course, that it is the county as a whole that I represent, that each one of us represents, but we also are the conduit by which concerns, issues within our own municipalities are brought forward, and that by which information from county can be returned. But as I have said, as you have acknowledged, there is the option for our communities to continue to be represented by alternate members. So as I had said, I recognize certainly what is being discussed at this point, but I think that that is an enormously slippery slope. If it was even given consideration, I don't think that that should be the wherewithal of the clerk and the warden, or perhaps the CAO at their discretion. Once again, I will return to it, is the council for the county of Renfrew that has authority on how we proceed in our events. That would be something that would have to come to council. Even at that rate, I am not disposed to even remotely consider that appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. I hope I'm not overstepping in making this suggestion, Warden, but I'm wondering if council would be open to a motion to waive the provisions of notice of motion for the procedural bylaw. And the reason I asked that would be, my second part of my suggestion would be that there would be a resolution directing staff to alter the procedural bylaw to include the health component provision, because I don't get that there's consensus amongst the group. So I don't want to do that and then come back to a long drawn out debate, ma'am.
Okay. So, council, you've heard Mr. Morrow. Does anyone like to proceed with his suggestion?
I'm sorry, Madam Warden, could it be repeated? I don't think I understood. Thank you.
Okay.
So Warden, through you to Councillor Donahue, what I'm getting at is that I don't see consensus with respect to the issue of amending the procedural bylaw, this particular section of it, as it relates to providing the opportunity for a member of council to participate electronically with respect to a health issue. So I'm asking council for clear direction on, do staff go back and build that into the draft provisions of the procedural bylaw?
So, Mr. Morrow, I would say that any of the suggestions that people have made today, we have not had consensus on actually any of them.
Okay.
So my suggestion would be, again, you are taking notes to, I would like to see this go back to staff for review. You include to what you, it will then go back to FNA for review and then come back to County Council. So
okay.
At that point, if there are issues that are included that are not consensus, then we'll remove them. If there are issues that are not included, we will add them.
Madam Warden, we can't hear you. You're breaking up.
Okay, don't know why you're losing me. Try now. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I never moved. Anyway, so I'll start that again. So my preference would be that Mr. Morrow go back to staff and then amend the suggestions for the amendments to the procedural bylaw, bring it back to FNA. FNA will look at it and then send it back to County Council at the end of May. There will be issues that are included and issues that are not. It will be at that opportunity for County Council to agree to whatever is in there, to ask for things to be removed or other things to be added at that point. So Councillor Packett, you had your hand up, sir.
Thank you, Warden. I was going to move Mr. Morrow's motion.
So what exactly are we going to move here? That health not be considered, or?
No, Mr. Morrow, I thought you were looking for a motion to have Mr. Morrow go back to staff and bring back a draft report making appropriate changes for discussion at Finance and Administration meeting.
Excellent. Okay, that's what I was hoping. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you. Through you,
I'm sorry,
Warden.
are you seconding that motion, sir?
Oh, sorry, no.
Okay, is there a seconder for having sent back to staff committee? Councillor TJ. Okay, thank you. All right, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Councillor Hunt, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I find that I feel that we should be voting on the health side of it, because other than that, it's going to come and we're going to start this discussion all over again. So I don't see what we've gained by adding it in and then having the discussion. Could we not vote whether health is included, and then Mr. Morrow would either include it or not based on our vote?
We can certainly do that as well. I'm going to look forward to Mr. Morrow for procedural issues here, because I do have a motion on the floor that we send this back to staff for additional amendments to bring back to FNA.
You have to deal with that motion that's on the table right now, ma'am.
So with that, is there any further discussion on sending it back to committee? Councillor Lynch, then Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I'm not really sure if this is part of it, but that's part of the health thing. Let's say that I get cancer and I'm put into the general hospital for 14 weeks. Obviously, I can't be at council chambers. Going back to the CAO, somewhere along the line in the procedures, it said that the municipality has to make a recommendation that my alternate, which happens to be Mayor Stack, will take my place in the event that I don't get there. I in turn call the CAO, say I'm not getting there, and Paul or Mayor Stack will be my rep, and he then books in with the CAO and you're off and running. The issue is I'm in the hospital for 3 months. There's not a hope I'm going to be able to read and go digest and talk with all the members of staff to get the information I need. So I don't think as a person in health, I will be permitted to be part of that if I'm a long-term person. In the same breath, at municipality, if I miss 3 months of council meetings, I am then suspended. So again, that's all related to health to me. That's where the alternate comes in from our municipality anyways. Thank you, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much, Councillor Lynch. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. First, just picking up on Councillor Minch's comments, perhaps I can distill one of mine from earlier. I don't have any rights, and I would suggest that no one sitting in on this meeting has any rights. The seat that we occupy has rights, and I think that if we advance from that perspective, it might become more clear. What I'm challenged with here is that I think I don't know what is appropriate. That was the resolution that was put, that staff be directed to take this back and put in the appropriate information. I don't know what that appropriate information is that I would suggest to the recommendation of Councillor Hunt probably does give clarity to that question. I think all of this conversation is surrounding that issue of a fourth eligibility for electronic participation outside of the three that I believe that there was consensus on, so that perhaps clarity can be achieved if that resolution of Councillor Peckett's would be amended, that we have direction, have a vote on the question of health as an eligibility criteria.
Okay, I have no idea how to make that amendment as part of the motion that to send back to staff and then back to FNA. So, Mr. Morrow, passing the buck.
Thank you, ma'am. So what I'm hearing from Councillor Donahue is a proposed amendment to the motion we currently have in front of us. And Councillor Donahue, if you can help me with some wording to that amendment, and that is that health be considered as a component of a future procedural bylaw as it relates to electronic participation as the amendment.
Certainly, Mr. Morrow, I am prepared to abide to that, given that I have identified in my particular position. It would be my recommendation that the resolution be that health not be considered. However, I can certainly abide. But I think that there is copious notes have been taken by yourself, that there is information. We've already discussed a preamble, et cetera, that does need to be rewritten. The question in front of us now does seem to hinge particularly on a potential fourth eligibility for electronic participation. And I think if that was dealt with straight up or straight down, I think it would provide clarity. So I certainly, as I said, I would abide to the wording of it, but the core question of whether council is prepared to entertain a fourth eligibility criteria, it would be incumbent to decide that now.
Chair, if I may then add the word not be a component. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, so would that be considered a friendly amendment?
No.
That you would need the
Councillor
approval.
Emo?
Yes. Just a moment, please. I'm asking whether or not the mover and the seconder consider that a friendly amendment.
I believe I'm the seconder and I do not. I don't know who the mover was.
Councillor Packett.
I was the mover and I do not agree with it either.
I do not agree with it.
All right, thank you.
It's a common sense thing here where staff is going to bring us back more information, including health that needs to be dealt with to a meeting of FNA. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Emo, please.
I believe since Councillor Donohue's motion didn't have a seconder, I was going to propose a different amendment and suggest that that we insert that it returns to finance and admin after council has voted on including health. We would go ahead and vote on it with the understanding that we would then have a second vote in a few minutes on discussion on including health. So after vote on including or not including health would be the amendment. I would suggest you would insert into this one that then clears it to go to health or go back to FNA regardless, but then it also answers Councillor Hunt's plea to have a decision today.
All right, well, that seems clear to me. Again, I have to go to the mover and the seconder. You consider that a friendly amendment?
If the amendment is that
Don't understand it, yeah.
situation.
The amendment is that that your motion will stand. However, it won't go back to staff and to FNA until County Council votes on whether or not the health component will be added to it. Am I correct, Councillor Emo, on what you're saying to us?
Yes.
Okay, so that's it. So it doesn't preclude anything from happening, but that there will be a decision today on the health component.
Madam Warden, could I ask for the motion that Tom and I made to be read back, please?
Yeah, could we hear the whole thing?
Yes, I'm
we're
lost.
okay. Excuse me. We're trying to find it. Just give us 2 seconds here, folks. Okay, so Mr. Moore will read what he has, and I just want to make sure then. Okay.
That's me, sorry.
Sorry?
Yeah. That was me, I did that.
Okay, sorry. I think Mr. Morrow just muted me. So I want Mr. Morrow to read the motions to make sure that Councillor Pekin and Councillor TJ are okay with the wording of the motion that they have moved and seconded. So Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is what I have based on my notes, that staff be directed to redraft the procedural bylaw based on council's comments and return it to the Finance and Administration Committee for further debate and amendments.
Okay. Councillor Packett.
Thank you, Warden. So if that motion does not, that to me indicates that the discussion on health will be already in that report coming back.
At this point, yes.
So then if this bylaw passes, then why do we need a second motion?
Okay. So I think what Councillor Emo was trying to do is to ensure that the concerns that people had around the health would be included. Now, having said that, I'm going to again, so if we pass the motion that's on the floor right now, does that preclude Councillor Hunt from making an additional motion suggesting that health not be considered part of the process? It doesn't preclude that? Okay. All right. So that's the understanding that I have right now. We can go through with this motion, pass it or defeat it. And it does not stop anyone. Either way, it doesn't stop anyone from bringing an additional motion forward at this time. So if that's crystal clear to everyone, I'm going to call for the vote. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now I would ask, Councillor Hunt, do you have an additional motion you would like to put on the floor, sir?
Yes, thank you. So I'd like to put forth a motion that when staff relook at this, that health is not a consideration.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Donahue.
Madam Mayor, Madam Chair, I wonder if that could be, if with Councillor Hunt's approval, if that could be extended simply that health not to be considered as an eligibility criteria.
Councillor Hunt, you good with that wording?
Yes, that's fine, thanks.
All right, thank you. So we have a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Hunt, seconded by Councillor Donahue. Councillor TJ.
Could I have a recorded vote, please?
Certainly. Any other further discussion on the matter? Councillor Emo, please.
I'll be honest with you, I'm going to vote in, with the intent of it going back to finance and admin, because I think it's a little, I need more time to think about this because it's a little weightier topic than I anticipated. So, but I would notify you that at some point, if it comes back and, I've had more time to think about it and the report is more fulsome, I might change my mind when the final document comes forward, but I think it needs to receive more consideration than 15 minutes here today. And I'm not being disparaging of council's efforts or staff's efforts.
And none was taken either. I think this is a very important, very serious issue, close to the hearts of some people, no matter which side they're on. Councillor Donahue, please.
Well, I do not disagree with Councillor Emo. The challenge that is before us, I think this is about the third or fourth time that this has been in front of council. It does not seem to me that it's been advanced. With respect to the question specifically before us now of whether to include or not, I think it is time, and I think it is past time actually to have straight up and straight down. And I recognize the issues that were raised initially by Councillor Reguer. But I don't know what information staff are going to bring back to us as to how many pages of prescriptive language on what specific health issues they may include or disinclude. And I think that is an enormously fraught process that we are asking staff to do. And I believe that once we begin to go down that road, we may never come to consensus. And so it's with that reason that I think it is appropriate now to recognize the challenge, not just of accommodating individual councillors, if not their seat, But in including that into a prescriptive standard operating procedure that is our procedural bylaw is enormously problematic. With that in mind, that's why I'm not prepared to entertain health as a consideration, given the opportunity for the lower tiers to appoint a member in place of each of us.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Are there any further comments? Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a slight concern, and I'm just going to make this comment that generally speaking, questions that are put in front of us are in the affirmative. In this case, we're being asked to vote on a question that's not in the affirmative. So it's not normal, but it is what we have.
It certainly is what we have, unless the mover and seconder want to change the wording. I don't get the sense that they do. Neither one are raising their hands. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Morrow. Oh, almost got it. Almost got to the vote. Councillor Brose, please.
I would just like to have the motion read back. I'm not sure if I completely understand it.
Absolutely. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you, Warden. And I was actually about to do that. So, and again, Councillor Doncaster is correct. That's why I had originally worded it in the original motion as in the affirmative, but we are where we are. And the motion that is in front of us is that staff not include health as an eligibility criteria for the participation in electronic meetings of committee and county council. That is the motion in front of us.
All right, with that, Mr. Morrow, the recorded vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, for or against the motion?
Sorry, I'm against the motion.
Okay. Councillor Brose, for or against the motion?
I'm for.
Councillor Doncaster, for or against the motion?
Against.
Councillor Donahue, for or against the motion?
In favor.
Councillor Emo, for or against the motion?
Against.
Councillor Grills, for or against the motion?
Against.
Councillor Hunt, for or against the motion?
Councillor Hunt, we did not hear you. We're still not hearing you. I'm assuming that you're saying that we're for, but there is no audio. Okay.
Sorry, he is for the motion. Okay, thank you. Councillor Keller, for or against?
For.
Councillor Love, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Lynch, for or against?
For.
Councillor Murphy, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Peckett, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Riggier, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Reinwald, for or against?
Against.
Councillor Robinson, for or against?
For.
Councillor Sweet, for or against?
Against.
And Councillor TJ, for or against?
Me? I couldn't hear you.
Councillor TJ, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
For.
against.
Thank you. With council's, with the warden, with your indulgence, I'll just share my screen and everyone can see the vote.
Yes, please.
So the motion fails. And I just would like everyone to look at their vote to make sure I got that right. Okay.
No, Madam Chair, I voted against that.
Thank you.
Councillor Doncaster. Yeah.
Thank you. That's why I did it. I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Any other concerns? Okay. Thank you. I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, so with that, we're clear. This is going back to staff and then back to FNA for review and back to County Council at our May meeting of County Council. All right, thank you very much. That was an excellent discussion, very thoughtful. 11:47, I think we can probably get through Development and Property Committee Chair Suite.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Warden, members of County Council, we, your Development and Property Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. A number of information items. The first information item is the CNL report and the impact report that we received with regards to the social, economic, and environmental impact analysis of CNL laboratories. That can be found a little bit later on in our overall report. Item number 2 is the labor market forum, which some of the recommendations or some of the things that came out of that report can be found on page 172 as far as the 4 forums that were held on March 11th to March the 12th, 2021. And it should be no surprise. You can see the very first one is the need for broadband connectivity, which is being worked on at this point in time. And of course, Councillor Murphy's actively involved in that through the EORN, staff engagement with mental health support, greater dependency on technology capabilities, which require, of course, better connectivity, a stable workforce, remote and flexible work arrangements, and consistent communications from governments on protocols, etc., rules, opening mixed messages from various levels of government. On item number 3, Warden, I would like if the chair of the 2022 games could perhaps take that and run with it. I'll go through it with your endorsement. I'll go through the committee, and then when it comes to that, perhaps Councillor Emon could pick up, and I believe he's got a guest he wishes to introduce today, I believe, but is that
Yes,
how you would like me to proceed?
Well, I think I'd still like to be part of your report at this point at around 1 o'clock. Councillor Emo and Cindy Burwell will be making a presentation regarding the Winter Games.
Oh, okay, well, I'll just give a very brief synopsis of that then, and I will not take anything away from that, but the Winter Games are ongoing, and you can see in the report most of the subcommittees have been put in place, and it's very exciting. We're moving forward. Hopefully, COVID will be behind us at that point in time, but I think the committee overall, Councillor Hunt, yourself, and Councillor Emon are very excited with this particular process going forward with that, and it will be great to see the young lady that is being hired to handle that as the general manager. Funding programs, item number 4. The Tourism and Hospitality Small Business Support Grant, you see upwards of $100 million with one-time payments that are detailed there, 10 to 20,000 for eligible small businesses. And you can see an example of what they consider a small business. And rather than go through it all there, it is detailed in your report. Extending the work sharing program, maximum duration, etc., from 38 to 76 weeks, affected by COVID-19. That's a constant in our lives at this point in time is COVID. There are funding opportunities, and you can see the links through Canada and also through Renfrew County Community Futures Corporation as well. And again, on page 174, there are other various sector support programs as well. Item number 5, Warden, is the OVTA's community consumer website, and you can see if you want to list there, you can see basic listings. First basic listing is free, additional is $25 a year, and beyond that, if you want enhanced, it's upwards of $100 per year, which I think is an excellent value for the opportunity for businesses to be out there. The virtual business advisory program. This is a program I think is very, very useful to assist small businesses with qualified advisors that you can see limited to 3 hours per business owner. I've used that when I was in the business environment about 25 years ago, and it's very important, I think, for businesses to take a look at this. It's an opportunity for an advisor to come in and take a look at your business through a different set of eyes and give you some help and advice. The criteria you see is on page 175. The business must be located in the county of Renfrew, the city of Pembroke, be a registered business, currently have 0 to 50 employees. So really, in essence, what is considered a small business. This is a great opportunity to access that type of opportunity and that type of expertise. Forestry activities, item number 7. The operations are paused because of the spring melt period, but below on that graph there, you can see, not graph, but check the revenues and going forward as well. Item number 8, the service delivery improvement project. I think it's fair to say, for those who don't know, there was a little bit of a setback as far as the construction is concerned. Perhaps the CEO may want to comment on that, but it's delayed us about 2 weeks, so that's putting us back a little bit. But nonetheless, you can see some of the areas that are being occupied. But and to pick up on where the warden has indicated, there is an area council chambers is indicating as to be perhaps open or planned for an occupancy of May 2021. But as I indicated, there has been a little bit of a glitch in terms of that situation. You can see the other areas that are being worked on for opening as soon as possible. The financials, there were some scope changes for the overall improvement of the project, and they include showers, facility upgrades, phone data wiring, millwork changes, etc. Increased floor area for ceramics and the replacement in the reception area. A full financial report, as you can see, will be provided to County Council in May, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair. Members Iman Keller, Lynch, Rieger, Wald, Reinwald, Warden Robinson, and TJ.
Thank you very much, Chair Sweet. So we'll go back under information. Item number 1, CNL, environmental impact, should say. Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, I would just like to take the opportunity to encourage staff and all members of council to have a good read through this. And if you're like me, you're probably going to have to read it more than once. I'm on my 3rd pass through it, and each and every time I glean a little more information and perspective on on the topic of the economic footprint of the Chalk River Labs. The significant focus on the environment and all the work that CNL is undertaking to protect the environment today and for future generations. The revitalization of the Chalk River Labs is exciting, and it will continue to maintain CNL's position as a world leader in science and scientific research. In the areas of energy, health, safety and security, and as mentioned, the environment. It is a significant organization in the county of Renfrew, and I think this document is significant for us to understand what that is. So I'll leave it at that. I just want to encourage people. As I mentioned, we've all seen it. It's quite an extensive document, but I think it's very valuable to us for sure. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Doncaster. Any other comments? Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. And you alluded to this in your warden's address about the meeting that we had. It's an exciting situation with the president of CNL. They're very excited about the program going forward, the investment that's being made. And I can't understate the amount of individuals that are hired at that particular location. It is the second largest employer by far within the county of Renfrew. They're very enthusiastic, and I think Councillor Doncaster touched on some of them, but the small modular reactor is another one that they're very anxious to move along. The hydrogen technology that they're currently working on. And I did indicate to the president that way back when, and Councillor Emon was involved with it as I was, that the GOCO model that was put in place. And this report certainly substantiates the support that we gave at this point in time to the GOCO model, and we are seeing that coming through at this point in time. I think over the next 10 years, something like $1.2 billion is going to be invested in the Chalk River Nuclear Laboratories. So the support that we gave for that GOCO model going back is actually coming back through the economic impact and the environmental impact that we're seeing with that report.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Any other comments? Item number 1. Seeing none. Item number 2, the Labour Market Forums report. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. I just wanted to speak to theme number 6. In that meeting that we had with the Premier et al. Last Friday, I was in the star 1 queue, but apparently they were having technical difficulties. And after the meeting, they sent out an email saying if your question wasn't answered or wasn't heard, send your question in. And my question was in regards to the frustration of the mixed messaging, but also imploring the government not to bring down new rules on Holy Thursday and or on a Friday at 4 o'clock, because unlike an urban environment, we don't have CP24. We don't have 24-hour news networks. And over the weekend, it does create a lot of confusion, not only for our residents, but for our staff. So, you know, when I read this, I thought this is dead on. The mixed messaging and the unfortunate timing of some of the communications has really caused some upheaval in some of our more rural environments. So I just wanted to speak to that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm glad you had an opportunity to ask your question. I'm curious if you received a response.
I have not, Madam Warden, and I'm getting increasingly more frustrated. I was asked the other day at a meeting, do they think that the government will make a change on May 20th, which would in fact be the day before the Victoria Day long weekend? Again, it's just too difficult for us to get out messaging. And when I get a phone call at 8:03 on a Sunday morning asking if our playgrounds are open, well, that's not optimal. And so again, we don't have CP24. The messaging behind the vaccines is confusing. You know, whether you go to a pharmacy or you register, or the ones you can have, the ones you can't have, the dates. I think that communication is always key, but at this time, communication is king. And so I will let you know, Madam Warden, if I receive a response, but as of right this second, no, I have not. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. I note the 6 points, and I would suggest that we should be sharing these and injecting these into a number of conversations, specifically point 2 and point 5 with regards to the 24 and the Four Rivers applications. I think those are the kinds of information that will help them as they try to build a more inclusive and better suited healthcare system. I'd also suggest that connectivity number 1 and number 3 as well should be shared with ERN and other applications that we make. So I think this is a far-ranging document, and some of the themes, I think, if you go back to the previous document on Chalk River Nuclear Labs, there were also some of those were rising in those at the same time. So I encourage everybody to take a look at this. It's a really in-depth analysis, and I think it'll help us at each of our own host municipalities too, as we're putting together some of our strategic visions for the next 5 to 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Both documents are absolutely bang on, fantastic for us. Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just want to follow up on Councillor Murphy's comment. Item 6, I agree the communications from the government are sometimes confusing and messages are mixed. And quite frankly, I sat in on that meeting on Friday and really, I don't know about the other councillors, but I didn't hear anything new that hadn't already been published on the media, etc. And on that time on a Friday afternoon, I have to be quite honest, I really found it was a waste of my time.
Thank you for that. I do know that some of us were asking if we'd missed something because there didn't seem to be any new information. But we all dutifully showed up on a Friday afternoon to listen to nothing again. But hey. Okay, any other comments? Item number 3, again, the Ontario Winter Games update. Councillor Emo and Cindy Burrow will make a presentation at 1 o'clock. Councillor Emo, is that correct? Or
Yes.
Thereabouts?
Yeah, we've been in contact several times today just to make sure that we're all teed up and ready to go.
That's excellent. I'm very excited for you to be able to share some information with the rest of council. Item number 4, the funding programs. Number 5, OVTA website. And I understand the awards will actually be presented at the end of May or in May. Number 6, a virtual business advisory program. Councillor Brose, please.
I was just wondering if I could get a little more background information, and maybe it just requires a call to staff after. So if somebody wants to participate in this, is it our Enterprise Renfrew County that would be the initial contact, and then they would put them in touch with a professional advisor? Is there a list of professional advisors that the county has? I'm just maybe a little more info on how this process would work would be helpful.
Thank you for that. Director Kelly, are you with us? Yes.
Fresh off being vaccinated. I'm still good today. Still good. So
just wait.
I know I'm still waiting for the other boot to drop. In any case, through you, Warden Councillor Brose, yes, please start with Enterprise Renfrew County with either Kim or Colleen, and they will align you with more information and or the businesses or with the list of advisors. They are pertinent to or just relevant, sorry, to the needs of that business, whether it be financial, legal, or otherwise. So that's the intent moving forward.
All right, thank you for that information, Mr. Kelly. Any other comments? Item number 6. Number 7, the forestry activities. Number 8, the service delivery. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. I was remiss today when Algonquin College was here, but there has been a very strong link between our forestry division and Algonquin College. They've depended upon Lacey Rose and Jason Davis to a degree to assist them when they've been putting on functions and providing information. So I should have, my apology, I should have mentioned that, but I'm aware of at least 5, 6 instances over the last 2 years where there's been a strong partnership. And I think that's one area where we really benefited from our association with Algonquin College, and they equally have benefited from their association with the County of Renfrew.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. Item number 8, the Service Delivery Improvement Project. I'm certainly looking forward to being wrong about the council chambers. Councillor Donahue, please.
I have never wished, Madam Chair, for you to be wronger than right now. I just thank you to Mr. Kelly also for putting this together, and the financial report. Very much appreciate being kept abreast and apprised of the finances. Is the expectation, so we are seeing this financial report while we are seeing work still underway. What is our confidence level with respect to contingency containment?
Mr. Kelly, would you like to take that on?
Yeah, no, thank you, Warden, and through you to Councillor Donahue. So Mr. Foss, Mr. Morrow, and I are assessing over the next couple of weeks, and hopefully in May, we'll bring a better report of where the different monies are flowing in from. Throughout the project, we've had injections from community services and the paramedic services area of different funds they've been able to access that have allowed us to do significant improvements and changes to those areas. Of course, like any renovation, we've run into some issues. So we are bringing those forward, and that will also include some of the other contingencies that council is aware of with the council chambers upgrades that we already allocated funds to. So there's a bunch of different funds flowing in, and Mr. Foss will put those together and I'll present those to DMP and then likely FNA in May.
All right, thank you. Councillor Donahue, supplementary, please. Your mic is turned off.
Have to stop double clicking. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, supplementary. In the report, it identifies that the contingency was part of the initial $3.4 million. Are we seeing also some contingency or excess with respect to the council chambers renovations?
Mr. Kelly?
That is correct. So there's again a bunch of moving parts, and if Jeff's available, he can chime in on where he's drawing some funds from as well. But we had to we went over a little bit in some of the furniture because of what we need to accommodate for the COVID-19 spacing, and then we've also brought the paramedic services into the building, which were contemplated and allowed for in the original conversation, and then brought forward through the course of time. So the revenues coming in are matching. It's a bit of a jumble, and if I can point to Jeff a little bit to point of where he's drawing some of these dollars in on short notice. Jeff, I'm sorry to do this to you, but if you can answer those questions, it would be helpful.
Mr. Foss, please.
Thank you, Warden, and again to Olive County Council. As Mr. Kelly said, I think it certainly would be better for us to present a more fulsome financial statement to Olive County Council on our entire SDIP renovation project. The latest updates that I have from our building manager, Mr. Valiquette, that was on April the 14th of 2021. When I compare that total project status, including all change orders to the original project against all of the revenue items that we have to date, we are in a project surplus position. And I certainly would like an opportunity to present that clearly to Olive County Council so that they understand, as Craig mentioned, all of the variety of funding sources that we've been able to access for this project. But it's good news for County Council. We are in a project surplus position. And so that is, that's the information we'd like to present to Council in May.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. We certainly look forward to that. Supplementary, Councillor Donahue.
Thank you, Madam Warden, for the opportunity to relay also that it was not my intent to advance this discussion. I have enormous gratitude that as this project has been going on, there has been regular financial reporting on it, and that has been certainly well received. And I have absolute confidence that a comprehensive report will be coming forward. It was not my intent, certainly, to put any staff under the spotlight today, because I certainly have complete confidence in a fulsome report coming forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on item number 8? Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Madam Martin. This is just to bring things in line, so it doesn't need to be asked next time. I am still interested in knowing how much of this project actually supported our comment that we would shop local. So I would like to, if there's any way at all, we can put in a figure there that is relatively accurate of how much we supported Renfrew County throughout this in the business sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments, sir. Any other further comments on the report as a whole? Do I have a mover?
So moved, Warden.
Thank you very much, Chair Sweet. All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. We're at 12:15, folks. I don't really want to start the Operations Committee report because it is fairly lengthy. So with that, let's look at, do you want half an hour or do you want 45 minutes? I'm up for, who wants 45 minutes? And the 45-minute wins. So we will be back at 1 p.m. Sean, if you can close us down for now, please, sir. Hello again. I'm happy to call the meeting of County Council back to order. And hopefully everyone enjoyed their lunch hour. Without further ado, I am going to turn the meeting over right now to Councillor Emo to speak on the 2022 Ontario Winter Games and to introduce Cindy Burwell. So take it away, Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Warden, and through you to council, the press, our staff, and our community. I'll just give a very quick update on where we are right now, and then I'll introduce Cindy Burwell, and she'll also have an introductory slide deck for you with some information. Since we last met last month, we've had two of our what we're calling executive meetings, which is the ad hoc committee comprised of the warden, myself, Councillor Sweet, and Councillor Hunt, as well as Sarah Smith and Greg Terrell from the province, and Craig and Alistair from the county are with us as well. I've also asked and received a confirmation that David Tantello from the Renfrew County District Health Unit, he'll join us as a liaison, so he'll be at all of our meetings right now. We took that step as we moved through COVID, and we're expecting these games are going to be a reintroduction of our community to the world, and the world to our community after COVID. We anticipate, given that most of 80% of our population will be vaccinated, and probably 80% of the province as well, there will still be a need to have an awareness about COVID in February and March. So we're going to invite David to join us, and he's excited to do that. We also will be serving food at some of our venues to athletes and officials and staff. So we wanted to make sure we did all of those things properly, and it's best to go to the source. So with that, Cindy had a very successful first meeting with our Games Local Organizing Committee. There are 16 sub-chairs. Mayor Murphy, Jennifer Murphy, is one of them. And it was about an hour and a half long. Did an amazing job of putting together an agenda and then also going through the items. So some of the things we talked about, Cindy had organized and sent out a volunteer appreciation note, which the warden and I contributed to, and it was very well received. We straightened out some financing, and as council knows, some of our financial procedures, we're not going to spend a lot of money right away. We're holding off on major purchases and what I call perishable items, things that have dates on them and things that have to be moved out quickly. For the most part, it's been software at this point. We have asked our chairs to make sure they're aware of their budgets, and then we'll start, if we have to manipulate within the budget, and you'll see the figure in a little while, but then we'll do that. We've also had good progress on our website. It should be live within the next 15 to 20 days. And I think Cindy will have a little more on that for you if you ask her about it. We've made some decisions and the province has assisted us. There will be no large event for medals. The medals will be presented to the participants right after the event and at the event. We're working on our missions and values, and Cindy will present that. We're also in the process of lining up logistics and other things that we're doing. We have our sponsorship package and potential sponsors. Cindy and I are meeting with the chair on Friday morning, I believe, or Thursday morning. That's in my calendar, and we'll tighten that up, and you'll soon see some more on that. And to that, one of the things we did was we've reached out into our communities. Brian, Councillor Hunt, is working on helping me put together some bodies in the Calabogie area. Councillor Lynch is helping me with Arnprior to put a few people in, just to make sure we identify sponsors and get a local tone to all of the venues as well. And so I've got 3 people lined up in Renfrew, so they'll be slotted in under the sponsorship chair as well. And as we get closer to the events, we'll be bringing in more local people as well. And so with that, that's just a very quick overview of the things we've accomplished, and we'll be sharing those minutes with the executive committee, from the subcommittees, and from the Games Local Organizing Committee, and those will comprise a monthly report that Cindy will put together for that committee, and then it'll come to Development of Property and to County Council. So we'll keep you fully appraised. You'll get a a pretty good overview, and that'll allow you to ask questions, which hopefully I'll be able to answer, but most certainly Cindy will if necessary. And so with that, when we were looking for someone, we wanted someone that knew what they were doing, had an experience with larger games, with larger events, working with lots of volunteers across many sectors. So Cindy was very attractive to us for a number of reasons. She is a local person. I did know her father and her mother to some degree, so that was that was reassuring for us. But when you take a look at it, one of her major things that stood out in her accomplishments, her history, was that she was appointed to lead the 100th anniversary for the Geneva Airport. And so that stood out for myself and Craig and Alistair and for Sarah from the province, because a Canadian getting appointed to lead a significant event in Switzerland, in Europe, where there are so many qualified people, was a pretty significant outlier and something that we seized on right away. And her history as well is that she has organized hockey tournaments and dear to our hearts, a brew festival. So that was that got her, I think, 9 out of 10 points right away on the interview scale. She's also also set up coaching clinics. And so she has a very in-depth knowledge of what it takes to operate a successful event. Furthermore, we did a deep dive. We interviewed the people that were promoting her and saying that she had done a good job for them, her references. And then I also went around the community and talked to people who went to high school with her and to some of her teachers. And all of them told me that she was bright, a team player, innovative, pretty smart, hardworking, easy to get along with. And so that, told us that we had the right candidate. I have some concern about her judgment, because there is one instance that really stands out, and I'll have to talk to her about it. But because she's lived in Switzerland for a long time and not gone to the Spangler Cup, which is just a touchstone for guys like me who are saving our pennies to get there, I find that significant. So we're going to have to talk to her about that offline, and maybe we can help. She can help organize a trip for 5 years from now for the rest of us. So with that, folks, I'd like to introduce Cindy Burwell. She is our games manager, and she'll tell you a little bit about herself, but we're very lucky to have her. So Cindy, please.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you, Warden. And I was about to say good evening to everyone, but I guess it's good afternoon to everyone. As Peter mentioned, I am in Geneva. I've been somewhat delayed, but on my way back. I was born and raised in Renfrew, went to Renfrew Collegiate Institute, active participant in just about any sport that could be thrown at me. So I have been a long life, I'm a lifelong sport advocate and sport junkie, I would say. I've done every sport possible, and I've encouraged my kids to also be super active in sports. So it's been a big part of my life. So being part of this games is something that's just a natural for me. I've worked in sport and event marketing for most of my life. I worked for an agency in Toronto for 6 years, managing some rather large events, working with big sponsors like Bank of Montreal, like Ford Motor Company of Canada, Coca-Cola, et cetera, managing their partnerships of big events like the Canadian Figure Skating Championships. We worked with Elvis Stoico as well back in the day, so you have my age there. And with my husband got transferred to Geneva in the year 2000, and we went for 2-3 years 20 years ago. So Geneva is obviously a nice place to live. Since then, we've actually bought a place in Calabogie about 3-4 years ago with the intent of moving back, and my husband actually started a job in Canada a couple years ago. So we've been living in a split country for 2 years now. So as Peter pointed out, why I stayed longer is because I had a contract with Geneva Airport. So Geneva Airport hired me to manage their 100th anniversary celebrations. I started that in January 2019, and spent a full year of putting my team together, a cross-functional team, getting our volunteers, getting our sponsors. We had a multi-million-dollar budget to do virtually 22 events per month throughout a whole year. A huge amount of planning went into it. And we launched our opening ceremonies on the 28th of February, 2020. And so we all know what came right around that time was a very uninvited guest who showed up at our opening ceremonies. We had 2 opening ceremonies, one in the airport, which was a multi-activity, multi-event for the 30,000 passengers that pass through the airport on a daily basis in Geneva. And we had a very high-end VIP party for the local politicians, our sponsors, at a separate venue, but they were running simultaneously. So I was managing those 2 events going on at the same time. And then everything came quite quickly to a crashing halt. But I was committed to the job, and my contract was to the end of the year, and we ended up having to completely redo the whole project with the uncertainty of COVID, month by month, reassessing budgets, reassessing everything. And we ended up, regardless, doing 21 out of the 27 pre-planned projects. So naturally, a lot of them changed in terms of scope and in terms of what they were intended to be, but we managed to pull a lot of events and have a somewhat of a celebration of the 100th anniversary at the end of the day. We did a watch, we did a book, and we did some legacy items that will continue on. And prior to that, as Peter said, I worked on numbers of events, created an international ice hockey tournament that I managed for 5 years, which we had teams from all over, literally all over the world, from China, even the Middle East, playing hockey, go figure. And that was, managing that was also meant managing visas for our Russian players coming in. It was managing everything from hosts and translators, et cetera. So a lot of experience of hiring and managing volunteers and working with a lot of volunteers, as I did also with the beer festival that we created specifically to promote local craft beers in the region. And near and dear to my heart is actually a coaching conference that I created and worked on for 4 years with the goal of actually educating coaches more about the pedagogy of coaching and about connecting with the young athletes. And as you know, or you may not know, that there's a huge dropout of athletes around age 13, 14, 15. And the goal of the conference was to actually educate coaches of how to better coach and how to connect with athletes to improve the experience for athletes, young athletes, so that they stay in sport. So sport is near and dear to my heart. Youth sport is very near and dear to my heart. I'm very passionate about it. And Renfrew County, as you can imagine, if someone was grown up there, my parents lived there their whole lives. I have a brother there. So that region is also near and dear to my heart. So when this project came up, it was a no-brainer for me to certainly apply for this job. So I'm thrilled that I have it, and I will be back on Canadian soil soon enough. COVID is not helping with that process either, but hope to be there soon enough. And if we can just put up the slide, I'll jump right into, I just put together a little presentation, just an overview of the games, what it means to Renfrew, what the vision is, and what our committee looks like. So yeah, you can go right to the next page. So just in terms of what the agenda is, I'm going to talk a little bit about the game's numbers. What are the different sports? What are the communities? What is the mission and vision? What is our team, and some of the timelines? And then at the end, I'll talk through the budget. So you can change slides. So what are the games? The games have been held since 1970, and they take place every 2 years. They are the largest multi-sport event in the province, with over 3,500 athletes, coaches, and officials. The number 3,500 actually is, there's about 2,500 are athletes, and the other 1,000 are literally athletes, coaches, officials. So there's a lot of adults that'll be accompanying these young people. There are 27 different sporting events, and for a lot of these young athletes, it's an opportunity for them to compete in a big competition that may or not lead up to higher level competition at international level, or at least at the national level. So it's a training ground, and it's a first step for young athletes to really be in a big competition and be a part of that and get used to that whole experience of being part of a big competition. Next slide, please. For Renfrew, it's the first time it's been hosted here, and this is a huge opportunity for the region. It'll be a really big celebration. I think carefully say post-COVID. Are we ever going to be post-COVID is a big question, but it will certainly be one of the big events that we hope will mark 2022 as we look forward to perhaps a more positive outlook and a big event that we can bring to the region. The goal is really to foster pride in the region and to celebrate together. So it's a huge, Renfrew County is huge. It's an opportunity for all the different regions to celebrate together, work together to put on this big event, which will be seen all over Ontario. And again, don't forget, with all of these athletes and coaches, you have parents and spectators that will be involved in the event. And so it'll be a big opportunity to really boost the region, to have people in hotels, eating in restaurants. And I think that's a great opportunity post-COVID, certainly when we've had, trying times over the last couple of years. But really importantly, what we want to show too is that the games is really showing that Renfrew County is on the map. It's a great area. It's got great opportunity. We think big, and this is a land of opportunity. And we really want youth to see that and see that this is really a land of opportunity. You can flip the slide now, please. Just in terms of numbers, there will be about 700 to 1,000 volunteers. As you probably both know, and I didn't mention this at the start, we're actually running the event over 2 weekends, which is actually the first time the Games has ever done this. Normally it's over one 3 or 4 day weekend. And for different reasons, it was chosen to do this over 2 weekends to be able to split the accommodations and the food and the impact over 2 weekends. So those volunteers maybe will be able to repeat volunteers from 1 week onto the next. We'll be touching 19 municipalities. We've included Pembroke and Pikwanigang, 3,500 participants, as I pointed out, and 27 sports, and I estimated $5 million impact. I should also mention we'll be in about 20 different venues as well. So it is quite huge, and it's quite a big project for the region that will touch virtually many of the communities here. We can flip the slide. There are 27 sporting events. I'm not going to list all of them here. You will note 2 things on the slide. There are not 27 icons there, and that's simply because things like curling is curling doubles and curling fours, and therefore there's not 2 different icons. So I think there's only about 24, 25 icons there. You'll also note they're not all typical snow sports, and I think that surprised me, and I think it surprised a few people, but it's actually sports that are played year round, such as basketball, such as synchronized swimming, such as futsal and wushu. So some non-traditional sports that you would intuitively think of for winter sports, which allows a lot more all these different athletes to come to the region, and it's a great opportunity to showcase all the venues and all the different towns around here. New slide, please. You can see here, I've kind of mapped out where the different events will be taking place. We really on the Highway 17 corridor, as you can see where all the events are. A couple of events will have to be hosted in Nepean and Ottawa because we simply don't have facilities in Renfrew County to accommodate certain sports. The provincial sport organizations are quite specific. For example, speed skating needs to be on an international size rink, which we don't have in the region, and it needs to be hosted in Ottawa. So that'll probably be at the Sensplex. And we're still sorting out for things like biathlon. We're hoping it'll be at the Garrison in Petawawa, but there is a small possibility that as well will have to be hosted in the Nepean area. But you can see the events are spread out quite nicely across the region in the different towns that can accommodate these different sports. Next slide, please. The vision and mission of the Games. So I met a few weeks ago with Peter and with the warden, and we just talked about what do the Games mean to the region and what do the Games mean, in the words of Simon Sinek, what's the why are we doing this? What do we want to achieve? What's the really big picture goal of this? And so we talked through that. And if you can change the slide, I tried to capture their words in a couple of sentences for the vision, and that is to implement a Winter Games of such high quality that it becomes the gold standard for future games, while also promoting Renfrew County as a thriving, growing, and diverse community. So a goal here is really that we want to be the gold standard. We want to be the games that everyone else has to try to, to achieve as well as we've done here. And also to really promote the diversity of the community is a big part of the vision. In terms of the mission, it's really to showcase Renfrew County to all of Ontario. I like to say all of the world, but I'm thinking big, and ensure that all the participants in the games have a high quality, memorable experience. And that's going to be achieved through flawless execution, the quality facilities we have, the friendly, helpful, and very qualified staff, and all of us working together towards a common goal. And certainly when I talk about participants here, it's not just the athletes. I'm talking about all the participants. So that is the athletes, the sponsors, the coaches, the manager, their parents, are the people coming to the game, the spectators of the local community. So the goal is really to make sure that everyone has an outstanding experience through these games. You can flip. Again, why the games? Oh, I see my things have shifted somehow in the transfer process. Why the games? You know, what is the purpose? What's our why behind doing this? And it's really, let's celebrating together as one big community, and how do we, and can we generate community pride and spirit? It's to engage all 19 communities in the region, and to really promote and build awareness of Renfrew County and to showcase the region. And hopefully as well, you know, on the financial side, it would be an economic boost to the region. And really, as I said earlier, to inspire and motivate the youth and the young people of the region and get them involved. Next slide. How will we do this and with whom? Well, we have an executive committee, which, you know, led by the warden and Peter as the games chairman, and then with Mayor Hunt and Mayor Sweet participating as well. And from the county, we have Craig Kelly and Alistair Baird. And from Games Ontario, we talked about Greg Theriot and Sarah Smith and myself. So that's really the overall executive. And then we have an outstanding committee of 16 chairs that are representing 8 different communities. So that we've really got people from all over. There was a call for volunteers that was sent out in February, March, and it was outstanding, the number of people. I think over 200 people signed up within a very short period of time. So we have a very, very qualified group of people who have been assigned to be chairs of certain roles based on their experience, based on their expertise, and based on their interest. I can go through, so some of the you know, Chrissy Jelliker, who's actually works at Garrison and has lots of experience in managing accommodation. She's going to be managing all the accommodation. It's a huge role to manage all the hotels, all the accommodations for our athletes, our managers, the coaches, and to, you know, work with the PSOs and make sure that the accommodations are near where the venue is, et cetera, et cetera. We have Shannon Fraser, who's had lots of years of experience working at TD Canada Trust and lots of experience in administration, and she'll be responsible for things like ordering merchandise, ordering participant goodie bags, as well as managing a lot of the administration aspects of the games. Jennifer Murphy needs no introduction. She's among us. She'll be managing the finance and making sure that we maintain and stay on budget throughout the process, and that we stick to a very good process of managing the financial part of the purchasing and paying bills and that sort of thing. Mark Brew, his name is well appropriate because he's actually a brewmaster and has a brewing company, and he's in charge of special events. Which the special events I didn't talk about either is there'll be an opening ceremonies. And because the events are run over 2 weekends, we're actually going to run 2 opening ceremonies to ensure that all the participants have an equal experience of being at the games. And so Mark is working right now of sourcing where this might take place. We're looking at a place that's going to be fairly central, that it's easy to get to for most of the athletes, that's outside and can accommodate a lot of spectators. Other special event is we'll maybe do a 100-day countdown event, as well as a leading up to the event, a press conference. You can switch. Oh, you already did. Good. Jesse Wells is in charge of food services. He comes from running a catering company, so we're very confident in his capabilities. Bernie and Liz Couture, who have worked at multiple events, such as they were in Vancouver working at the World Juniors as volunteers. So they have a large experience working on major events. They'll be managing all the logistics. Tim McKee just recently joined the marketing committee, but he's a director of marketing in a digital marketing company. So he's he's got it perfect for this role, simply because, you know, most marketing now is done through digital. So it'll be a huge benefit for us to have him, and he's working right now on getting the website up and has some really fun, really creative ideas that we'll share with you soon about the look for our merchandise and for the look that we'll have in some of our communication things. So I think that's going to be really fun, and he's been a huge asset, and he's got his team together. Victoria Claria is in charge of medical services. She's based in Petawawa. She's had experience doing the same idea at the Canada Games. She's got her whole medical team put together, and we're very confident in her. Henry Verritt is also in charge of registration. Again, someone who's has great experience in managing and working on big events, and he's rolling along getting the registration process set up. It's actually the system that we need for the athletes to be able to sign up and register for the game. So it's a critically important system. Brian Shudd is an ex-OPP who's in charge of security. And he's put together a massive team of ex-OPP people and ex-military people to help him manage his committee. So each of these chairs has a subcommittee that they are putting together. Lori Saran is our sponsorship. She's a financial manager, and she has a huge, extensive list of contacts. Having said that, though, we would love if you have any contacts that you would like to share, by all means, at the end of the presentation, I have her email address, and you can certainly share any contacts of people who you think may be interested in partnering with the event. We have a fairly aggressive sponsorship budget, and so any help we can get in that area would be much appreciated. Alex Story is in charge of our transportation. As you can imagine, across as many communities as we are, as many venues as we are, it's a huge, huge role to be managing the transportation. He will also have to be picking up different items and podiums and that sort of thing from Toronto and managing that. He is a 13-year-old veteran in the military where he managed transportation logistics for the military. So super confident in his ability. Jeff Levesque is our IT guy, and he's really got a background in infrastructure. He's my neighbor in Calabogie. As is John Simpson, who's in charge of the sport technical. He's had a lot of experience working on major events in skiing as a technical director. While he doesn't have specifically technical director experience with other sports, he can apply his knowledge from skiing, that he's worked on major events at Calabogie and at bigger events than that in skiing. Chris Plow was our first guy who we had really depended on as our volunteer service, and he's been a fabulous job of getting assigning and working with Peter and assigning people to different roles, and also really recommending people to the different chairs so they can build their committee. And Tom Sidney, you all know, I'm assuming, and he's in charge of our accessibility. So we've met with all of these committee chairs individually, and we've met with them as a group, and honestly, we're really pleased with the group that's put together, and feel very confident in their ability to put on an outstanding game. So I'm feeling really good about this team, and very happy to have everyone on board. These are just really loose timelines on this page. We're in phase 1 now. So we've just created the local organizing committee. We're in the process of confirming the venues and the accommodation. As you can imagine, the COVID's made that a little bit more difficult because we can't do site visits, and we can't, the PSOs, the provincial sport organizations have very specific criteria. So while we have most of our venues confirmed at about 95%, that last little 5% to confirm it at 100% is delayed until we can get back out and get on site and take proper measurements and make sure that they actually have all the specifics that we need. Volunteer recruitment is ongoing. That should be something that should be through all phases. And we will be continued sending out newsletters with our current volunteers to keep them engaged and keep them notified of what's going on, and continuing the volunteer recruitment process. And as we mentioned earlier, the website, they're working actively, our IT guy as well as our marketing guy, to get the website online, and lots of creative ideas of how that will look. So once again, keeping in mind, we want this to be the best games ever. We want it to even reflect in our website as well. Soon enough, we'll be into phase 2, which will be in much more deep in the planning and executing. We'll be confirming the venues and accommodation. There'll be, by that time, we should have that all firmed up, and launching a real digital media campaign, which would be Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and Instagram, so that we can start going. And that's a great way that we can engage the local community and get them right away involved and excited about the games. Phase 3 will be October, December. We'll have at this point a better idea that, what the COVID situation is as well. We'll launch a 100-day countdown, and we'll have all our athletes will be registering at this point. We'll really start to getting exciting and closing because now we're starting to see things are really building. We mentioned earlier too that we're not going to make any big expenditures until this time, until we have a really 100% idea of what's, that we can move forward. We don't want to have things with dates and logos on it or Renfrew 2022 if for whatever reason things have to be pushed off to a later date. So October is the time when we've given that we can now start to really move forward with ordering that stuff while we'll be at sourcing and pricing it all out now. And then the second phase, which is January onwards, is really the final preparations when we're really firming up all the plans, when there's always those last minute changes and registrations and cancellations and additions and last minute changes. So that's all going to happen in the final phases, and all our materials will be arriving then, and we'll be putting out major final calls to volunteers because that's when we're really going to start to need people to help us coordinate and organize everything. And then it's the games. So exciting times ahead. That is how it all works forward. You can just go to the next page. It's funny how everything kind of shifted on my email that, but anyway, so if you have any questions, by all means, you can talk to Peter, myself, as I've put Lori Saran in there because she's our sponsorship chair. And if you have any ideas or suggestions or people who'd be very interested in partnering with us, please do let us know. You can just flip to the last page. That's in an essence the what I wanted to present to you. And as Walt Disney said, the way to get started is to quit talking and begin doing. And so we're already doing it. And let's do this together. That's my sort of closing page. You can put up the budget if you like as a separate document. Do you have the budget? If not, I can share my. Yep, no problem.
Well, while we're waiting for the budget to show up, Cindy, thank you again for a very detailed presentation. I'm sure that all of council is feeling the excitement and enthusiasm that you have and Peter has as well. It's 10 months away, and those 10 months are going to fly, especially for your groups that are on the ground doing their thing. So 10 months isn't long, but I have absolutely no doubt that the gold standard will be achieved here in the county of Renfrew. So very, very excited.
Thank you. There we go. So just in a nutshell, I won't go into too much detail. We have a very detailed budget. I just put the top line numbers here. So you can see the significant cost is in accommodations, and then some administration costs, which is more sort of staffing. Food is also another hugely significant part of the budget. We have to feed all the athletes 3 meals a day, as well as all the volunteers and all the support staff. So it's a major significant part of the budget. IT and equipment is that's all normal for us. Medical services may be a bit low. We'll have to see how that goes. Marketing communication is, luckily we live in the digital era now, so we can do a lot online, which is less expensive than on, print, a lot of print media. And we have to put in place a registration system and give out goodie bags to all the athletes. And that's a significant part of that registration budget. And then we have security, since it's mostly our security is being managed by volunteers. We don't have significant costs there. Special events is around the opening ceremonies, primarily. That would be the major cost of that. And so we're hoping to get some sponsors to help support that so we can boost that event and make it a really special opening ceremonies, given that we have to do it 2 times as well. Sponsor servicing is simply, if we have to print documents to go out and present to sponsors. The venues is also another significant cost. Renting places like Sensplex, Calabogie Peaks and different areas is a significant cost to the budget. And then volunteer servicing is really providing swag, for lack of a better word, to our volunteers so that they're well represented. They're very identifiable at the events and people can easily find who our volunteers are. And also to host a post-event thank you event for them. That's largely what it is. We have a very small contingency, so we have to stay very tight to our budget. And so we're counting on Jennifer to keep us on the right track there. From a revenue point of view, the Ontario Games gives 900,000, and then the participant registration is the other significant part of that. And then is the municipal contribution. And we have a lofty, as I said, a lofty goal of 130,000 sponsorships. So we're hoping that we can achieve that and more, because that all goes into creating the legacy fund, which is something we can create, something special for the games that makes sure that they live on in Renfrew County long after the games. So there you go. If we do everything well and stick to our budgets, as we will, we should have a nice little surplus at the end to build something for the game, something for the county after. That's sort of the end of what I had. I'm open to questions.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Cindy. Councillor Murphy, please.
Thank you, and nice to see you again, Cindy. I feel like we're old friends now. Yeah, so we had an all chairs meeting last week, or I don't know, every day runs together now. But yes, the chairs understand that they will be sticking to the budget, and the sponsorship chair has a very, very big role in this. So any help that you guys can be to boost this budget, as Cindy said, you know, if we're doing 2 opening ceremonies, that is a bit of a budget buster. So again, any help you guys can be throughout the county, if you know of anybody that can sponsor one of these events, that would be wonderful. I'm afraid it's going to be a bit of a budget Hunger Games. I know that some chairs are already speaking to each other about taking a little bit of budget from here and a little bit of budget from there. So it should be an interesting role, but I'm really excited. And I also want you guys to know that in the all chairs meeting, Peter and Cindy couldn't have chosen a better group of people. Things were being actioned as we were meeting, and emails were flying back and forth. Our chats were blowing up. People were doing stuff while we were meeting. They were so excited and multitasking beyond anything I've ever seen. So I was really excited to be a part of it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Hunt, please.
Thank you. Through you to Cindy. Cindy, I'm wondering if the sponsorship chair should put together a letter requesting help or support that all the townships could send out. Like we already did one to look for volunteers, but maybe we could pinpoint it into sponsorship and tell a little bit what would be involved. And then we could all take the same message out to the public.
Thank you. That's a great idea. I'll talk to her. We have a meeting with her on Friday, I believe, Peter. So and we can review. We can. That's a great idea to send out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hunt. Are there any other further comments? Councillor Sweet. Your mic is turned off, sir.
Get onto this thing sooner or later. I sent a list of sponsors to Peter and Cindy. I don't know if you've got a copy of this, but 10 years ago, we had another very successful event here in Renfrew County. And so that you'll know, we raised $100,000 from grants from the various government agencies, but I doubt that's going to be an issue today because you got 900,000 from the provincial government. But there were 75 sponsors that sponsored this particular event, and 10 years ago that represented $230,000 that was raised. So these individuals that I sent a list to Peter for are very, very county oriented and very county conscious, and I think that's a good start for the chair of sponsorship. The other thing that we did get at that point in time was $200,000 of in-kind contributions. By that I mean, for example, on the media side, if we put in a $10,000 media package with the various radio and TV stations, they were quite prepared from a community point of view to match that and then double it if possible. That represented an additional $200,000 to the program. So that's something I think that I think Peter, I gave him a copy of that. You should have a look at that. There are many, as I say, county focused individuals within that whole 75 individuals, and it goes from diamond to gold to silver to bronze to fellow of the particular event that we had. So there's opportunities out there. Maybe a little difficult with some of the businesses because of COVID at this time, and it may be a challenge. But nonetheless, these are people who like to support the county. So that's in place through Peter as the chair.
Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other comments? Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you also, Cindy, for an absolutely encouraging presentation. I've no doubt at all that the committee chose the right person for this job. This being the Ottawa Valley, it's no small measure, though, that we do know who your mom and dad are. I have enormous confidence after seeing your presentation that, in fact, the goal, which is that Renfrew County is world-class, is capable of being world-class, is certainly embraced by yourself in the lead managerial position. So very encouraged at this. And I know that there's a lot of work because the calendar is quite demanding as we are just about to turn into the 5th month of 2021. So congratulations on the job. And as I had said, you give me a great deal of comfort that the right person was chosen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
kind
Councillor
words.
Donahue. So I'm going to just give Councillor Emo the last word.
Thank you very much. And I should have mentioned during the introduction, one of the things when we are interviewing people is, are you comfortable talking over the hood or sitting on the tailgate of a truck talking to people? Because our community is very informal and is based on relationships. And Cindy assured us that she knew what the tailgate of a truck was and could lean on the hood and talk the language with anybody. So we're very fortunate to have her do that. To Councillor Sweet, yes, I have that list. I shared it previously, and that's part of our meeting this week, was to start targeting and making sure that our packages line up with some of the things that came out of Expo 150. So we will be, and Councillor Hunt, thank you for your suggestion. We'll be sending that out as well. Cindy mentioned our volunteers. We have a super group of volunteers. They're enthusiastic, as did Councillor Murphy. They're nipping at our heels every day with emails and suggestions, and they're all very innovative. And I think the most surprising thing for me was with all of our volunteers was their experience. Their willingness was there, but I have to admit, I had not been aware of the number of people in our community that have gone off to volunteer at various games, whether in Vancouver, through and other Olympic venues or world venues or provincial venues. So that was quite a pleasant surprise, or the bid committee. Thank you very much for this opportunity. When I speak to our volunteers and to Cindy and to the warden and Mayor Councillor Sweet and Hunt, I think we're all very excited about being able to assist the county and our community with this. And as Cindy said, we're reaching out to Pitwakanagan and we're reaching out to the city of Pembroke to ensure that we keep our good relationships with them and that they're a part of this process. We're also reaching out to a number of other significant events. And one of our goals is to make this the greenest games possible. And we'll be pursuing that with a vigor. And that was part of the outreach to Renfrew County District Health Unit, was to have someone to assist us with those things as we order up food and food containers and stuff like that. So we're working very hard on it. We're open to new ideas all the time. And I think, with the energy and excitement that our volunteers bring, it's going to be a super event, and we want to leave one of the lasting legacies we want to leave is to our young people. You can do anything you want in our county. You can strive for anything, you can accomplish it, whether as a participant or an organizer or an individual or as a group. And so that's, I think, probably the most heartfelt message that we want to leave to our community. And we want to encourage our whole community to keep bidding on and pursuing these community building events. So to council and our community and our bid committee, thank you very much for the foresight in pushing forward with this. We're really lucky you did that. And after March of next year, we'll be encouraging you to reach out, use this pool of volunteers to make more bids and more efforts to attract significant events to the county. So thank you very much. And thank you to Cindy. We're lucky to have you. And we'll try to keep up our 30 or 40 hour a week Zoom sessions.
Well, thank you very much again, Cindy. And to Councillor Emo, you're making me sound really wise because I absolutely picked the correct person to chair this committee. So again, the amount of hours that everyone is putting in, my sincere thank you. And again, it's going to come to fruition in February and beginning of March, and it's going to be fantastic. So thank you very much, Cindy, for being here. I'm sure that Councillor Emo will make sure that you come back to visit us again in a few months, perhaps, just to update us. And take care and have a nice evening.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good evening. Or good afternoon of you all.
Okay, so we're going to move right along here, and I'm going to ask the Chair of Operations, Councillor Peckett, to take us through his Operations Committee report, please, sir.
Thank you very much, Warden. Just a note before I start that there was an addendum sent out to all members of council late this morning, I think just before county council started, which contained 3 more tenders and a resolution, which is added on. Has been added on to the end of my report today. So having said that, members of County Council, we, your Operations Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Under information, item 1, Empire intersection of County Road 2, Daniel Street, Edie Street, and Galvin Street. A request from the town of Empire received for assistance with financing the construction of the intersection of Edie Street and County Road 2 to accommodate growth development in the amount of 23% of the project cost for the realigned signalized intersection to a maximum upset limit of $292,860. Our committee has denied this request as this would be precedent setting, and past practice of the County of Renfrew is not to fund growth driven by a developer, and as such should be funded from other sources. The county has offered a solution to the situation of right in and right out. However, the committee has directed staff to proceed with developing a policy for the County of Renfrew and bring back for review in June. And once the policy has been set, that is the intention of the Operations Committee to review the request from the town of Arnprior. Item 2, County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard expansion. Attached is Appendix 1 are the preliminary drawings of the roundabouts, one at the Garrison intersection and the other at Dorn Road, that were developed by AECOM. Staff note that the proposed roundabout at the intersection of County Road 51 and 26 may have substantial impact to the county's trail system. So staff has requested that AECOM examine the full effects on the trail as approved by council on March 31st, 2021. Staff are continuing to develop a schedule of financial plan for the construction of the roundabout at this intersection, with further design and evaluation, and more detailed information will be presented at a future council meeting. There's also Appendix 2 is the area of Petawawa Boulevard being considered for expansion to 4 lanes, as well as the proposed location Brindle Road accesses currently being designed for Garrison Petawawa, which are anticipated to alleviate the traffic pressures along County Road 51 by 25%. There's been discussion amongst the Operations Committee and with Mayor Sweet. I think the 25% reduction is quite high, noting that most of the people that would use the Brindle Road, new Brindle Road intersection are those that are using, I believe it's Paquette Road now, heading north to Chalk River and Deep River. So I don't think that new intersection out there is going to alleviate the downtown area of Petawawa very much, if at all. So consistent with the direction of council, tenders have been received by the operations division for the mill and pave with significant curb repairs of County Road 51 from County Road 26 to County Road 55. Given the poor condition of County Road 51 in this area and the considerable time delays should the construction of roundabouts or the expansion of County Road 51 proceed, it is recommended that these 2021 capital works be undertaken as planned. Item 3, winter operations. Table 1 provides a summary of winter events. Table 2 outlines the significant weather events declared to date for 2020-2021 season. Under bylaws, oversized and overweight vehicle permits, resolution number open. Background is there for your information. Item 5, County Road 62, John Street Stop Up. Resolution number OPCC 210450. Moved by chair, second by committee. The county council pass a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey the land located within the County Road 62 road allowance in part lots 182, 183, and 184, range B, South Geographic Township of Sherwood, in the Township of Madawaska Valley, described as parts 1 through 4 on reference plan 49R 19681 to Zuricon Inc. for the sum of $17,000. And further, that the county council pass a bylaw to enter into an easement agreement with Hydro One Networks Inc. with the County Road 62 road allowance in part lots 182, 183, and 184, range B, South Geographic Township of Sherwood in the Township of Madawaska Valley, described as part 2 on the reference plan 49R 19681. There's a fair bit of background there for your information. Item 6, alterations to County Road and Structures, resolution number OPCC 210451, moved by chair, second by committee. The county council pass a bylaw approving the alterations to county road and structures. Background for this is section 35 of the Municipal Act 2001, SO 2001 25, as amended, allows municipalities to pass bylaws removing or restricting the common law right of passage by the public over a highway and the common law right of access to the highway by an owner of land abutting a highway. For several of our 2021 capital projects, the work may include temporary or permanent changes, alterations, or restrictions to the use of the highway or to private entrances. These works therefore should be authorized by bylaw. Item number 7, Operation Division Tenders, March 2021. PWC 2021-04, rehabilitation of County Road 51, Petawawa Boulevard. Resolution number, actually, Warden, this I believe is the section that I would request be removed from this report and returned back to the Operations Committee for several reasons. The main one being that we've just found out that the Town of Petawawa Council has rejected the cloverleaf going in at the Doran Road intersection. So and asked Mr. Morrow, I need to sort of have this removed from the report, please.
So that, okay, all right, that's fine. So you're moving that item number 7 be removed from the report as presented? Is that what you're requesting at this point?
Yes.
And be sent back to Operations Committee?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor Hunt, any discussion? Councillor Donahue?
Thank you, Madam Warden. I will certainly defer to Mr. Morrow. It would seem more appropriate perhaps that it be severed from the report and considered separately, at which point then a motion to consider referring it back to operations seems like it would be more in keeping with our procedures.
Okay, he's telling me you're right and I'm incorrect. So, if you're all right with this, Councillor Peckett, the motion will read that item number 7 be severed from the report at this time.
Thank you.
And you have a seconder? Councillor Hunt again. Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor of severing item number 7? Thank you. Carried. All right, continue on, sir.
Thank you. We're on to item 7B, PWC 2021-06, rehabilitation of County Road 52. Resolution number OPCC 210453, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-06 as submitted by Thomas Cavanaugh Construction Limited, Ashton, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 52, Burnstown Road, in the amount of $498,900 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there for your information. Item C, PWC 2021-07, rehabilitation of County Road 7. So resolution number OPCC 210454, moved by chair, seconded by committee. The contract PWC 2021-07 is submitted by Greenwood Paving Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 7, Foresters Falls Road, in the amount of $472,764.50 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there for your information. Item D, resolution number OPCC 210455, moved by chair, second by committee, that contract PWC 2021-08 as submitted by Greenwood Paving Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 67, Simpson Pit Road, in the amount of $180,477.50 plus HST be approved, and further the County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there for your information. Item E, resolution number OPCC 210456, moved by chair, second by committee, that contract PWC 2021-11 as submitted by Thomas Cavanaugh Construction, Ashton, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 1, River Road, in the amount of $513,794.95 plus HST be approved, and further that County Council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there for your information. Item F, resolution number OPCC 210457, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-20 as submitted by Greenwood Paving Limited, Pembroke, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 65, Centennial Lake Road, in the amount of $623,352.65 plus HST be approved, and further the County Council pass a bylaw to authorize the execution of the contract. Background is there for your information. Item G, resolution number OPCC 210458, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-39 is submitted by Armtech Limited, Peterborough, Ontario, for the supply and delivery of corrugated steel pipe round culverts in the amount of $126,031.68 plus HST be approved, and further that the county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there. Item H, resolution number OPCC 210459, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWO 2021-02 is submitted by Almon Equipment Limited, Etobicoke, Ontario, for pavement marking in the amount of $412,605 plus HST be approved, and further that county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. The background is there for your information. Item I, resolution number OPCC 210460, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWO 2021-04 as submitted by Valley Truck and Spring, Pembroke, Ontario, for the supply and delivery of one tandem truck and plow unit in the amount of $315,940 plus applicable taxes be approved, and further that county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Background is there. Item J, resolution number OPCC 210461, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWO 2021-05 is submitted by Fraser Durham Chrysler, Oshawa, Ontario, for the supply and delivery of 4 pickup trucks in the amount of $157,906.20 plus applicable taxes be approved, and further the county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Again, background is there. Item K, resolution number OPCC 210462, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWO 2021-17 is submitted by T. Hamilton and Sons Roofing, Scarborough, Ontario, for the re-roofing and rehabilitation of the Southwest Patrol Yard Dome in the amount of $204,900 plus HST be approved, and further that county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. And again, the background is there for your information. We're on to the addendum, item number 8A, resolution number OPCC 210466, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-01 is submitted by H&H Construction Inc., Petawawa, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 1, River Road, in the amount of $875,806.31 plus HST be approved, and further that county council pass a bylaw to authorize the execution of the contract. Background is there. Item B, resolution number OP 8B, sorry. Resolution number OPCC 210467, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-05 as submitted by H&H Construction Inc., Petawawa, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of County Road 5, Stone Road, in the amount of $682,162 plus HST be approved, and further that county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. And I understand there is, in some of the numbers, there has been an error made. And when we go back through it, Warden, Mr. Foss, I understand, is going to make some corrections to some of the numbers and give that advice or give that information out to all of council when the time is right. Item 8C, resolution number OPCC 210468, moved by chair, second by committee. The contract PWC 2021-14 is submitted by Bonashire Excavating Inc., Renfrew, Ontario, for the rehabilitation of structure B180 Herds Creek Bridge in the amount of $411,180 plus HST be approved, and further the county council pass a bylaw to authorize execution of the contract. Again, the background is there. Item 9, a resolution number OPCC 210469, moved by chair, second by committee. The county council amend bylaw number 2721, being a bylaw to regulate the parking of vehicles on or adjacent to county roadways, to alter the regulations for parking on County Road 508 Calabogie Road. That's the concerns about the parking at the Eagle Nest site on 508. Background is there for your information, all of which is respectively submitted by myself as chair and committee members Bennett, Hunt, Keller, Lynch, Robinson, and TJ. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Chair Packett. Wow, you just spent an awful lot of money. But I noticed that 8 of the tenders went to someone in a business within the county of Renfrew, so that's fantastic. So I'll go back on to the beginning of your report, sir. Item number 1 under information, the Arnprior intersection, County Road 2. Any comments? Mayor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you, Warden. I'm not questioning the decision that council made, our committee made with regards to that particular situation, but I'd like clarity on the portion that says Municipal Act Section 55, which provides the framework for the responsibility of upper and lower tier as it relates to, this is the one that gets me, is roads, sidewalks, snow removal, and storm drains. We have a fair amount of working knowledge of county roads and what we have to do. As I read 55, and maybe Paul, through you, Warden, could tell me where roads come into this. I didn't see any reference to roads as far as the lower tier is concerned, but certainly I understand it is the responsibility of the lower tier for sidewalks, which we understand, snow removal and storm drains. I get that and understand, but maybe for clarity, if you could help me with the roads part of this, because I think it has ramifications developing a policy, which I don't think needs to be done if it doesn't include roads.
All right, thank you, Councillor Sweet. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you for that. I'm quite familiar with section 55. I think the challenge here is in the reading and how the particular sentence is worded. So it says responsibilities as it relates to upper and lower tier roads, and that's the way it should be written, comma, and then the specific elements of those roads, sidewalks, snow removal, and storm drainage. So it's specific to the component as it relates to an upper tier road, who is responsible for the different or various components of the road. And I think Councillor Sweet is right in what he's saying. When it comes to a road, it is specific to the sidewalk, snow removal, and storm drainage, and who takes responsibility. So that was the direction of committee and council, that staff were to undertake an analysis of who pays for these various elements of the road. So I think it is just a poorly written sentence.
Yeah, thank you. And Warden, thank you for that clarity. Now, I understand what you're saying here. We're not responsible as lower tiers for any portion of a county road, but the other part, yes, I understand, and we do that on a regular basis. Thank you for that clarity.
All right, thank you very much. Any other further comments on item number 1? Item number 2, County Road 51. Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, thank you. I've got a little bit of a discussion to have with regards to this. But first, as I start, I want to say thank you to Councillor Peckett and Lee Perkins for working on this particular project and getting to where it is at this point in time. And as Councillor Peckett has alluded to, my council rejected this proposal outright, and for a number of reasons. They believe that the process that was put in place was flawed, that it did not include discussions, input from the community, including our council. The very first time we saw this particular design was at a meeting that was held last Monday, with no input from our council whatsoever. I think that's wrong. I understand and I appreciate this is a county road, but it's in our community, and it is the hub, so to speak, of everything that happens within this community. So we were very disappointed that we were not taken into this whole process. As I understand it in talking to Mr. Perkins, this is a preliminary design. And as he says, as he points out, the preliminary design would then go to detailed design so that they could put a number to it. I get that, I understand. However, I think it's missing the main object of this, and that is input from the community as a whole and from the stakeholders in that. And to that end, our council rejected this. One of the things that we did ask, because this is going to be an extremely busy intersection with 5 spokes to this wheel, with no question the busiest road within the county of Renfrew. It was over capacity in 2007, and it's much over capacity at this point in time. Add to that the Algonquin Trail, which I don't really know, and I don't have a warm feeling as to where the Algonquin Trail is going to be situated in this particular situation or this particular project. How does, for example, an ATV or a snowmobile get through this roundabout? How do cyclists get through this? This was a concern, and is a concern to me with the other hat that I wear as the chair of the Algonquin Advisory Committee. You've got groomers going through there. I don't know where the groomers go. Do they go there? Do they go around the roundabout? I have no idea. Cyclists, walkers going on that particular area. Just the idea behind this roundabout, don't misunderstand me when I say this, where the town endorsed a roundabout in that particular area as part of the 4-laning and the other roundabout at the garrison. So this is a start. I get that and understand it, but I think we have to do it and do it properly. That is a very busy intersection for pedestrians, in particular for kids walking to school, cycling to school, and just pedestrians as a whole walking along the Algonquin Trail. And there are 2 portions to the Algonquin Trail. There is the passive recreational trail that we put in as part of the management plan of active transportation within the town, and the stone dusting portion of that as well. We have 2 bridges connected to that, and that is very heavily used. Let me talk a little bit about the pedestrians and the pedestrian crossings. The idea behind this is that a roundabout is to move traffic and move it smoothly. As I understand it, and talking to Lee, there will be some cautionary lights established in this roundabout. That just does not make any sense to me at all, nor to my council. If you start pressing an amber light at a crosswalk, that means you have to slow down, and with the rules and regulations in place, you have to complete that crossing before you're allowed to move through it, as far as the vehicle is concerned. That is 5 crosswalks that they've got in there. That, in my estimation, takes away from the very essence of what we're trying to accomplish, and that is to move traffic and move it smoothly. I don't know if anyone has used a roundabout in any way, shape, or form, but I can tell you the last thing you're looking for as you enter a crosswalk is a pedestrian. And to have amber flashing lights in that environment, it just does not make any sense whatsoever to me or to our council. The other thing that I think has to be taken a look at, and I was disappointed when I heard this, there's an opportunity to put a computer modeling process into that environment to see just exactly how all of the players, including snowmobiles, ATVs, trucks, cars, pedestrians, cyclists, everybody uses that. And we were told, yes, that could be done, but you'd have to pay for it. I think that's this is a project that might cost $3 million. Is it not proper to get this done and get it done correctly? Just so that the members of this committee or council knows, way back when, the town of Petawawa paid $30,000 as part of an environmental assessment in partnership with the county of Renfrew to get the environmental assessment done. And then to turn around and say, we've got to, if we want a computer model on a, I don't know what this is going to cost, $2 or $3 million, we would have to pay for it. This is the county road. I'm not going to get into how much we pay and all that sort of good stuff, you know, but surely, as I understand it, the computer modeling is from my engineer would be approximately $6,000. On a $3 million project, if that's what it is, or a $2 million project, surely the county can take a look at that to see if in fact the county is spending the money properly and meets all of the areas that are all the individuals that are using this. My suggestion to you going forward, before you even get to the detailed design, is that you should be looking at the impact that it's going to have in that particular that particular roundabout, including keeping council up to speed. I don't think this is the proper process. I think it's backwards, and that's not something that we would ever do. We would get to about 30% of any project, and we would open it up for comments coming from the general public. That I don't know has ever been done. The other side of the coin is, now I'll put this back into, the county has a vested interest in this particular situation as far as snowmobiles, ATVs, and walkers and along the Algonquin Trail. I attended the AGM, and I'll just leave this one with you. I attended the AGM of the Renfrew County ATV Club. I was amazed that the numbers that they have within their club, and they're looking to go to the west, is now 1,465 active members, and that does not include those who do not have a membership in that club. Lanark is the same way with 670 odd members. That doesn't include snowmobiles. That has got to be addressed. That is a county issue as well. The Algonquin Trail is the county trail, and Petawawa Boulevard is a county administration. So we're prepared, as we always have been, to work with the county, but at least give us the opportunity to have some input into this particular process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. Mr. Morrow, please.
Thank you for that, Chair. Through you, just to Council, with respect to some of the comments from Councillor Sweet, you know, our challenges, and Mayor Sweet raised a number of really good points. Some of them we've identified in the report that's in front of you. The impact on the trail and the walking trail and the ATV trail. The crossings, we're well aware of those concerns. Our challenge, though, is without the detailed design and the costing, without that information, it will be a challenge to figure out whether or not the project should proceed or not. So we are working with AECOM to better determine, based on the detailed designs and the information we get back, how we are going to proceed from here. I'm not sure there's value in spending the money on the detailed modeling at this point. I think once we get a better feeling from AECOM when we get closer to the detailed design, then whether or not we want to spend additional monies on modeling, that would be another decision point for us down the road. I would say to Councillor Sweet, though, in terms of consultation, without having some of those answers, we have not gone out to the municipality or to the public yet, because we know those are some significant questions that need to be answered. Our first point of stop, though, once we get those answers, will be the council, and we've talked to AECOM about this, will be a presentation with a detailed design to the town of Petawawa, and whether or not we can resolve some of the issues. I'm not convinced yet that we can, and then the town, along with the County of Renfrew, will need to make a decision on how the project proceeds. Just one comment I wanted to provide some clarification on. The original contribution from the town of Petawawa with respect to the environmental assessment work that was a joint initiative, and part of the reason why there was a contribution from the town of Petawawa was when we contemplated the 4-laning and proceeding with that EA, there was significant work in terms of water and sewer work that the town of Petawawa was undertaking as a component of their project. So that is that work actually right now is currently underway. So that's why there was a contribution, I believe, from the town of Petawawa on it. So back to the project. I don't believe without the detailed information, we can answer all the public's questions yet. And that's why we have sought that direction from council to proceed that way. So Warden, if I may, maybe Mr. Perkins has something to add to that, but I hope I provide some clarification on that and some comfort to Mayor Sweet in terms of our ability to go back out and provide some of those answers to the town. Thank you, Warden.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morrow. And I do note, Councillor Sweet, that you do have your hand up for supplementary, but I think I'll let Mr. Perkins go, and then you can address both gentlemen at that time if you'd like. Mr. Perkins, please.
Oh, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to committee. So what's going on here now is we're still under the auspices of the 2014 environmental assessment, which included consultation with all the businesses. And actually on February 11th, 2013, at that time, Mr. Dirch and Mr. Boland presented to the town of Petawawa council and staff. And the environmental assessment actually that was done in 2014 by AECOM is in effect for 10 years. So back to our original direction from county council was to go ahead and get a design for roundabouts at both those intersections as per the preferred option as chosen by the town of Petawawa in 2014. So that's where that sits right now, and that's why we're where we are. And as the CAO just alluded to, we need a more detailed design to have a fulsome conversation with everyone that's involved. But right now we are still under the 2014 environmental assessment, which included consultation with all players at that time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Perkins. Councillor Sweet, please.
Okay, let's begin with this particular situation. As far as funding is concerned, that had nothing to do with sewer and water. It was to put in the ground. This goes back to 2007, in which the town partnered with the county of Renfrew, and it was supposed to be partnering with CFB Petawawa at the time, the garrison, the base, whatever name you want to call it. And that was supposed to be at $25,000 a piece, three of us. And it was supposed to be a $75,000 deal. And that was to be kicking in to do an assessment on the whole process as far as the traffic study, which was designed, which was indicated at that point in time that it was over capacity. And that was in 2007. It had nothing to do with sewer and water. Let me clear that up for a start. The base found out that they could not spend the $25,000 as part of this three-way split because this was money that they would be spending off the garrison. The town of Petawawa picked that up in conjunction with the county of Renfrew to get this particular situation done. And Lee is right. There was an environmental assessment that was done, and it was completed in 2012. In 2012, two businessmen decided to do a bump up to a Class A environmental assessment, which the province of Ontario delayed making a judgment on until after a provincial election. And in 2014, they went ahead and said, no, there was no requirement to do a bump up to a Class A environmental assessment. That's the history of where we are with this particular situation. I go back a long, long way with this, and I don't want to re-ring the bell because I've re-rung it so many times. I don't want to rehash that particular situation. Let me just talk about some of the things here. There was a series of meetings held with AECOM, during which time our engineer brought up some issues with AECOM, including right turns onto the boulevard off of Petawawa, off of Dorn Street. Could Hilda Street be closed? Motorized trail users need to get across to the Shell. AECOM was to explore. School children walk from Dorn to Mullins, so the roundabout must have safety accommodations with their crossing. AECOM to get back to us. AECOM will review the town's active transportation plan, and they're supposed to get back to us. They are going to consider this. AECOM design of pedestrian active transportation. AECOM supposed to get back to us. The request to do a full virtual showcase of trucks, cyclists, children traveling through the intersection. This would be required to help council have a better understanding of what is being designed there. This AECOM has the ability to provide this, but for a fee. So this was in the 22nd of January. We're now into the 28th of April, and none of that has come back to our council through our engineer. So you can appreciate some of the frustration that is happening with the town of Petawawa. So all I'm asking for is that if we go forward with this, and I was concerned that when I heard the comment whether we should go forward with this or not, that is a little bit of a, well, I won't say anything. I would like to see this to go and proceed further, but that the town has a full complement of involvement with this particular situation going forward. This is not just about a county road. This is our community that we're talking about, and it is the heart and soul of Petawawa, and one of the busiest sections in the county, and one of leading to the largest employer within the region. And I'll take you back to what Colonel Louis Lapointe said when was asked about future expansion on the base. That will not happen until the inventory or the infrastructure is in place. That would be a shame if that did not take place. And I'm just saying that there has to be a little bit more transparency and openness with the town of Petawawa on this particular project.
All right, well, thank you very much, Councillor Sweet. This was presented in the committee report as information. I would suggest that it'll probably show up on this issue, will likely show up on the agenda for the next operations committee meeting. I'm not telling Chair Peckett what to do, but I'm pretty sure that he will have that on the agenda. So thank you very much for your comments and for your council's involvement in this to date. If there's no other comments, oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Lynch and then Councillor Emo, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just a quick comment. I've been Petawawa for, I don't know, pretty close to 12 years in my career. The corner of Doran and Petawawa Boulevard has at least 3 businesses. One used to be Tim Horton. One was the gas bar in Giesebrecht's Pop. How those are going to intersect with a circle, I have no idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Emo, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm actually encouraged by today's discussion because I think anytime you have significant infrastructure, you have to have an idea to start it off with, and so that's the encouraging piece that you know, the operations committee and staff put something on the table, and we'll continue to work with the consultant, and you know, we've heard assurances today, and I think the assurances have been offered before about working with the town and their staff and the community, and I understand it's a delicate dance to present something for discussion to the larger community. You have to get to a point where you have something that's fulsome enough to talk about without looking like you're forcing a decision on a particular model. So I recognize the dilemma of the committee and staff, and I also recognize the concerns and fears of council in Petawawa and their community. However, as all of us in this chambers know, we've had a pretty good relationship with all of our municipalities. We work well together, even though there are disagreements. And so I have every confidence in staff and the town of Petawawa and their staff, as well as the community, that at some point we will get to an answer that meets the infrastructure needs of that intersection. And I'm glad we had this conversation today. It certainly helped me understand a little more about it and saved a bit of research time. And so thank you for that. Good luck. And I don't mean that facetiously. I really think it'll work out because we always manage to make it work out. So to Lee and to Tom and his committee, keep generating ideas. And as you always do, reach out to the community and to Councillor Sweet and his staff and his council and bring in the ideas. I'm sure we'll get to the optimal answer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Emo, and I have all the confidence in Chair Peckett that he'll make sure that this moves forward in a reasonable manner and doesn't get lost. So again, and Councillor Speed, thank you for that. You're passionate about your community, and I think that's absolutely fantastic. So thank you for sharing your concerns and that of your council at this time. It is much appreciated. I'm going to move on to item number 3, winter operations. Any comments? Under bylaws, number 4, oversized and overweight vehicle permits. Number 5, County Road 62. Number 6, alterations to county roads and structures. Item number 7, and again, item number 7A has been excluded from this report. So 7B, rehabilitation of County Road 52. Councillor Donahue, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. And it is just in aggregate on all of these, and I recognize that item A has been severed. I did all of my arithmetic on as if it was still there, but I just wanted to comment, certainly consistent with our experience in Admaston Brumley, we have a fairly robust capital works program in 2021 construction season as well. I just wanted to put in front of council that of these first six tenders here, the roadworks, and the 3 that were part of the addendum distributed this morning, on a total budget of those 9 items of $8,023,760, we have realized under budget savings of $1.983 million. Or expressed differently, 24.7% under budget. So I am incredibly encouraged at our program this year. Perhaps that's something that the operations committee may wish to take up. It was a similar experience in 2016 during my tenure as chair, that we had some substantial savings. I think that was at that time driven by the price of oil. But in fact, it led to a considerable number of further kilometers than were anticipated in the initial capital program actually being paved. That perhaps that is something that might be reviewed at the operations committee, whether there are any of these projects that may be augmented or enhanced to take advantage of what seems to be a very aggressive pricing scheme this year.
Thank you very much, Councillor Donahue, for your due diligence in adding all those numbers up. And I'm hoping that will take place. Chair Packett, please.
Thank you, Warden. Just a couple of points. Yes, there is savings there, a lot of it to do with asphalt. However, as Mr. Perkins pointed out in our operations committee, the actual price can change right up until the time they start, I guess, doing the work or even completed the work on the cost of asphalt. So the caution about taking the existing savings as being there in total. There could be substantial changes if the price of asphalt goes up. And also for Councillor Donahue, we have already I have already had discussions with Mr. Perkins about with any possible savings, real savings, that we could extend projects in the county area wherever it would be possible. Thank you.
Supplementary, Councillor Donahue.
A supplementary, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Packett, or certainly by extension to Mr. Perkins. We have likewise had that discussion. There is an indexing on the, as I understand it, is referred to as the asphalt cement, that is subject to change given conditions. But it is my understanding that is not a substantial component of the actual tendered pricing. I wonder if Mr. Perkins can shed some light on that.
Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and through you to committee, through to Councillor Donahue. Yeah, that's correct. Actually, I had a really good chat with staff before this, and there was a number of years ago that it was actually like 17% was what happened by the end of the season increase. So, but it's not on $20 million, $170,000 is not too bad. Or sorry, 340,000. But yeah, that's not. Yeah, and speaking with staff, it was approximately 17% increase from contract date to when they actually got paid, because the rate is the day they get paid. Hope that helps.
All right, thank you for that information. Anything else on item number 7B? 7C, rehabilitation of County Road 7. 7D, rehabilitation of County Road 67. E, rehabilitation of County Road 1. F, rehabilitation of County Road 65. Item 7G, corrugated steel pipe round culverts. I, tandem truck and plow. Councillor Murphy, please.
I'm sorry, Madam Warden, you missed H, the pavement marking, if I may.
Absolutely, I apologize.
No worries, I was just waiting for you to get to it. Perhaps this is a question for Mr. Perkins. I'm just wondering, do you have an idea of timeline for the pavement marking? And if so, I'm assuming that our road supers that have that are also in this tender, obviously not with this pricing, I'm assuming that they are aware that we are in fact accepting this tender and can go forward. And my other question, just so I don't have to do a supplementary, is I'm assuming that when they go from township to township to do the county roads, those of us that are included in this tender, they will do our township roads at the same time and not circle back. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Perkins, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and excellent question, Councillor Murphy. I will check to make sure that that is how it does indeed go. But one thing I do know is that we do have to do street sweeping first. So street sweeping first, and then we do painting afterwards. But Mr. Bolduc has been in contact with everyone that's been involved in this tender. So, but I will find out if that's how they do it, if they do the county roads first and then come back, or if they would seem to me that it would make sense to do it all in one spot, but I will check and make sure.
Thanks very much for that.
Madam Warden. And
you do want a supplementary. Okay, sure.
No. That was my first question was the timing. And then
go ahead.
It just went dark on me.
Oh, sorry, my apologies. Yeah, no, once again, we have to do street sweeping first, and usually that's the month of May, and then we do painting soon afterwards. If not in conjunction, actually, depending on where the sweeper is. I know like last year, he was in the south of the county first, and we actually went down there and did painting in early May. So hopefully, but I'll find out the dates for you for sure.
All right, thank you very much. I, tandem truck and plow. It's gonna be J here. 4 pickup trucks, J. K, re-roofing and rehabilitation of the Southwest Patrol Yard. That's it. I've missed any on 7. 8, the tenders, rehabilitation of County Road 1. Rehabilitation of County Road 5. Rehabilitation of structure B180. Number 9, regulate the parking at Eagle's Nest. Report as a whole except for 7A. Do I have a mover?
Before I move, Warden, I was under the impression that under item 8B that there was a question put forward, I believe it was by Councillor Hunt, before the county council started today, or perhaps it was in the our 8:30 meeting that he had this question about some of the information in item B. And I think Mr. Morrow, you advised that Mr. Foss would have an answer for that. So I'm sorry, Warden, if I think it's important that Mr. Foss provide the information for all of council before I move the report, please.
That's fine. And Councillor Hunt had to leave, so that may be why it wasn't brought up. And I'm assuming you're talking about the amount submitted as opposed to the amount corrected. Was that the issue?
I believe that was part of the issue, yes.
All right. So I see Mr. Perkins raising his hand. So Mr. Perkins, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you. Actually, Evelyn has fixed the numbers since the addendum to this addendum. So that what you're looking at now is correct. There's no issues with the numbers. Councillor Hunt's question was more to do with the contingency, the actual project contract administration costs. But we can certainly chat about that offline. But as you see it right now, that is, Evelyn has fixed it for us before it came to county council.
All right. What was exactly the issue that Councillor Hunt had questioned, if it wasn't the amounts?
That was the part of it, but it was in the area that is enclosed in the rectangle, just above item C. He had some questions about how that worked. And I thought Mr. Foss was going to have some clarification on it, but seeing how Councillor Hunt is not here, perhaps we could just have Mr. Foss or Mr. Perkins send a clarification to Councillor Hunt. Actually, I think it should be, the clarification could go to all of county councillors in case there's any questions about how those numbers are arrived at.
All right, certainly we can find out exactly from Councillor Hunt what his question was, and we'll provide the information if that's suitable, Chair.
In that case, Warden Robinson, for the report, is so moved.
Thank you very much. Any further comments on the report, except with the exception of 7A? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. So 7A has been separated, and it was a motion made by yourself, Chair Peckett. So would you like to comment on where you would like to take this?
Thank you, Warden. Was seeing that we were looking at approving pavement of Petawawa Boulevard. That may have, to me, may have included the roundabout at Doran Road when they're doing the pavement. I'm not 100% sure, but Mr. Perkins there, but I didn't want to take the risk that the roundabout was not, as being not approved or not at this point, not wanted by the town of Petawawa. I wanted to go back to committee with this to make sure that we're on sound footing of moving forward with the shave and pave for Petawawa Boulevard. I don't like to see the holdup of doing it, but I wouldn't want to see that project include part of that roundabout, which needs to be rediscussed. So that was my reason for asking this one to be pulled out.
All right, thank you for that. So I think we just need clarification, Mr. Perkins. So the shave and pave that is the topic of 7A. Does that have anything to do with the roundabout at this point in time?
Thank you, Madam Warden, and through you to committee and to chair. Right now, we've planned on doing a shave and pave, the full length Petawawa Boulevard, which was to start at Doran Road, but we had planned on starting X number of meters past Doran Road in the anticipation that the roundabout was going to go ahead. So this shave and pave won't affect that intersection, unless if the council, if we can't come to agreement, we can always extend the limits on the paving and go back through the intersection. But right now we are planning on being on the other side of that intersection.
All right, thank you for that. So Chair Packett, where would you like to go with this?
Well, if the shave and pave, if there's going to be no part of that done for the roundabout, then I'm fine to go ahead with item 7A today. I just wanted to err on the side of caution that we would start this project, and I don't know where the tender that was put in, if that included part of the roundabout or not. So if Mr. Perkins is saying that it does not, the tender does not include the roundabout at Doran Road, then I'm fine with 7A being completed today. But if it does and the tender has to be altered, then we need to go back to Operations Committee with it. Thank you.
All right, so thank you for that. My understanding, Mr. Perkins, is it does not have anything to do with the roundabout. Am I correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Warden, and through you. Yes, that's correct. Our contracts give us the ability to change the limits within reason. Obviously, once we assign a contract, there's penalties if we cancel. But up until this point, we haven't assigned this contract, so we can adjust the limits at any point we wish. Thank you.
All right, Councillor Sweet, please.
Yeah, Warden, if you want a motion, I'd be prepared to move that if it does not impact the roundabout in question. I don't think we can wait or hold up the shave and pave. If we do it if we hold it up any longer, we'll be on gravel on that portion of the boulevard. So I'm quite willing to make the motion that we move ahead with that, so long as it doesn't impact into the proposed area as far as the roundabout is concerned.
All right, so your motion would be that County Council approve resolution number OPCC 21-04-52. And is there a seconder? Councillor Packett. Are you seconding it, or do you have a comment?
Second, please.
Yes, seconded. Councillor Lynch, I saw your hand up. Did you have something you want to add, sir?
No, thank you, Warden. Councillor Sweet answered my question.
All right, thank you. So any further discussion? So all in favor of resolution number CC 2104-52 being passed? All in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Now, last but not least, Community Services Committee report, and Chair Bros, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. And my report is short and sweet, beginning on page 227. To the Council and Corporation of the County of Renfrew, we, your Community Services Committee, wish to report and recommend as follows. Information item number 1 is the average market rent strategic goal 1B. The average market rent AMR is calculated by the Canada Housing and Mortgage Company based on rent market survey that they tabulate, and is used to determine eligibility for rental allowances. In order to qualify the Consolidated Homelessness Prevention for the Consolidated Homelessness Prevention Initiative, your rent allowance, the applicant must be renting a home with rent at or below the amount specified. Item number 2 is the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit Strategic Goal 1B. And this is just to confirm that the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit is a portable housing benefit, meaning that eligible recipients can continue to qualify regardless of where they move in Ontario, and eligibility is determined based on income and family size. And the recipients must have a rent amount that is deemed to be affordable per the AMR. And just to note, the County of Renfrew received notification that the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing has increased that part of our budget for the 2021-2022 year in the amount of $63,331. And it's my understanding that this has already been allocated for the year. Under resolutions, item number 3, letter of support for the Grind in Pembroke resolution number CS-CC-21-04-18, moved by chair, seconded by committee, that county council approve that a letter of support be sent to the Grind in Pembroke, and the background information is attached, all of which is respectfully submitted by myself as chair and committee members Grills, Love, Vergeer, Renwald, and Warden Robinson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Bros. So we'll begin at the start of your report under information items, the average market rent. Any comments? Councillor Bros, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to, and I kind of want to speak to 1 and 2 together. The average market rent, and I just want all of County Council to be aware, this is $601 in Renfrew County. I'm not sure if there's even any rental spots available for $601. If there is, I can imagine what the condition might look like. And I don't, and even if somebody finds a place $605, they don't qualify for this benefit. And I think that's really unfortunate. I know the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit has certainly helped fill the gap with some of those people that don't qualify for the average market rent. But that $66,000, as indicated, has already been allocated for this year. So it really is a challenge for somebody who's looking for affordable housing, or maybe has to move and can't even find affordable housing. So I just wanted to comment on the 2 of those together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair Bros. And, you know, as we are all aware that the community services staff have been working very hard with folks who have found themselves homeless, often no fault of their own during this pandemic, and trying to find people accommodations right now is almost impossible. But they have found accommodations for, I would say, more than 150 people at this point, which is absolutely incredible. Any other further comments? Councillor Doncaster, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to point out, just at the start of item number 1, it says Canada Housing and Mortgage Company. And is that referring to the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation?
I believe so, yes.
So perhaps the name could be corrected.
That. Yes, we can. Councillor Murphy.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just to your point and to Councillor Brose's point, were we not getting monthly updates of the amount of people that we were putting up in hotels and the benefit that people are getting out of that program? Or was that a quarterly thing? I didn't go back and look.
Yeah, as far as the homelessness and who was where people were housed and where the need was, that was coming to committee on a monthly basis, I understand, but is not included in this report. But that update will be included, I'm sure, in the next report, Chair Bros. Because I think it's important. We need to know what's happening on the ground.
Okay.
All right, number 2, the Canada Housing Benefit. And number 3, the resolution letter of support for the Grind. It doesn't indicate who's writing the letter. Is the expectation that this letter is coming from the warden, or? Yes, okay. All right, I'm happy to write the letter. Any comments on the letter? Seeing none, the report as a whole. Do I have a mover?
So moved, Madam Warden.
Thank you very much. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Bylaws. I need a mover and a seconder that the bylaw to confirm the proceeding. Nope, sorry, back one. Mover and a second of the bylaws listed in item 11 and attached here to a Schedule A on the County Council agenda dated April the 28th, 2021 be deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Donahue, Councillor Peckett, all in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Under 12, reports from representatives external boards. I am going to just alter this a little bit. Councillor Emo, you wanted to go first. Is that correct? Did I read that note correct?
Yes, under new business, if you don't mind, Warden. I have
under new business. Okay. So are you planning on providing with any report from AMO under 12?
No, there's nothing new since our last county council meeting.
Okay. So I know you have to leave and you have some new business. So if people will indulge Councillor Emo, I'm going to allow him to go forward.
Thank you very much. I want to offer an apology to Councillor Love. When we put the map up for the events, we inadvertently omitted Barry's Bay. They're holding kickboxing for us during the Ontario Winter Games. I would like to say it's an internet problem, but I'm more likely to blame myself in manipulating the map when I tried to correct it. So it is my fault. And to the rest of County Council, we'll be issuing you a new PowerPoint with that correction in the next little while. So the one you got from Rose a few minutes ago, if you could just toss that aside and we'll send you out something very soon. So my apologies to Councillor Love and Madawaska Valley. It was inadvertent. And also to County Council and the public, we will be organizing a press conference YouTube with the warden, myself, and Cindy for a little more detailed briefing, likely next week. We're just working out the details, so that'll allow the press to generate some questions and ask us at that time, so we can get some more details out. So thank you, Warden and Council, for your indulgence, and thank you to the press and our community for taking the time to pay attention to this.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to go back then to item number 12, report from FCM. Councillor Doncaster, do you have anything today?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just briefly, just wanted to point out that I participated in a roundtable discussion with Minister Monsef. When was that? April 15th, I believe. And this was with respect to the development of a rural transportation program and policy. So you were aware of the funding that is proposed. So developing that program and policy is underway. This is probably not a short process, but some interesting proposals and pilot projects and from right across the country on what some rural areas are doing for transportation. And then I just wanted to highlight, as part of the proposed federal budget, that additional funds are proposed to be added to the climate adaptation disaster mitigation projects, and that as a direct result of FCM's advocacy, and that the $20 million project cost criteria is being proposed to be removed. So this could allow for, or this will allow for, certainly smaller projects to go forward and access funding under that program. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I don't suppose while you're having a conversation with Minister Monsef that the UBF fund and EORN gig project became a topic of discussion, did it?
That thanks for that. That was not on the agenda for this meeting, but it's certainly top of mind for her. Yeah, but no, not this time, but we continue to talk about.
Hope springs eternal. Thank you very much for that. Any questions of Councillor Doncaster? Seeing none. Roma, Councillor Love, please.
Thank you, Warden Robinson. So at the 2021 Roma conference, the Roma board elected Mayor Robin Jones of the village of Westport as Roma's board chair for the next 2 years. And in the few short months that Chair Jones has been our chair, she has brought a force for change to the Roma board. She is engaging the board members on working groups and committees and has added a cross-province check-in at the beginning of each of our meetings. The cross-province check-in gives board members a chance to share local events, issues, and concerns with the group. It helps us recognize our common concerns and identify new issues requiring further investigation and discussion. At our April meeting, it was really sobering to listen to the representatives from COVID-19 hotspots like Peel Region, describing what they're seeing in their communities and what they're facing in this third wave. And for us in Renfrew County, we don't have quite as an intense experience as they're having, but to just listen to them and just, you could see the aging happening to those representatives as they're dealing with that stress and strain. Another issue that we did talk about at that meeting was the police services boards and the short timeline to submit applications. There were some concerns, including the need to respect the different service needs of First Nations and the challenges of geography when setting up these boards in rural and northern Ontario. At a previous meeting, the Roma board adopted a new sponsorship policy, implementing a consistent framework, application, and approval process for anyone seeking funding. So Roma currently provides sponsorship funding to FONUM, NOMA, and the Teeny Tiny Summits. The board is working on a governance and zone review. Last year, Zone 9, which previously included all of Northern Ontario, was split into Zone 9 and 10 to better represent the northern municipalities. The zone review we're doing right now will look at the existing zone borders and consider whether further changes should be made prior to the 2023 Roma zone elections. We'll be surveying Roma members to gather your input in the coming months on governance and on the zones. Board members are also much more engaged in the changes we envisioned for the organization, which is really exciting. Councillor Eamon is chair of the Communications Committee. Fancy that, eh? This committee is guiding the transformation of Roma's communications to raise our profile and connection to the rural and northern communities we represent. The enhanced communications plan that was recently adopted includes regular newsletters, the chair's video report after each of our meetings, a stronger social media presence, and a Facebook page that gives us the ability to reflect rural and northern interests and the views of rural and northern communities through shared content, and a renewed interest in conducting regular zone meetings. I'm currently a member of a committee formed to research and develop a proposal for a Roma University Scholarship Fund. The scholarships are intended to assist students interested in pursuing careers in the municipal sector. Individual board members also sit on the Nuclear Waste Management Ontario Municipal Forum, the Teeny Tiny Summits, and a Ministry of Natural Resources Aggregate Fees and Royalties Working Group. At our last board meeting, we had a presentation from MPAC letting us know how they've adapted to the pandemic and are processing new assessment and keeping property information up to date. As you know, the 2020 assessment update has been postponed again in 2021, and MPAC is consulting with the province on when the next update will be completed, and we didn't get any hints as to when that would be. We also had a flooding strategy update from staff at the Ministry of Natural Resources and Forestry. This mainly consisted of the same information found in the MNRF's news release from March 8th, 2021. So email me if you'd like a copy of that news release, and I can make sure you get that information. Roma board members did express concern about the lack of dedicated funding for floodplain mapping and the challenge of coordinating emergency efforts across different provincial ministries, the federal government, conservation authorities, and municipalities. As I'm sure Mayor Murphy, who was the warden at the time of the 2017 flood, is well aware, and also Warden Robinson. It's challenging. Anyways, Warden Robinson, that concludes my report from the Roma board meeting in April.
Thank you very much, Councillor Love. Are there any questions of Councillor Love? I'm really pleased that we have these reports on the agenda. I ask that they be put on a monthly basis. However, I broke the procedural bylaw in doing so. So next month, there will be an amendment to the procedural bylaw that allows me to do what I have just done the last 2 months. So my bad. Anyway, no questions. Again, thank you very much for the updates. They're much appreciated. Any notice of motions? No. Members' written motions? No. New business? Councillor Brose, please.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just one item for new business, and just wondering if for next month's meeting, I would like to move a recommendation that County Council direct staff to provide each municipality or lower tier municipality with a list of all the community services that are currently provided to Renfrew County residents, either directly or in collaboration with outside agencies, along with the directory of contacts. And further, that a representative from the county be identified as a liaison for each police services board in Renfrew County. It's my belief that county staff have been involved in the development of our community safety well-being plans, and they tend to be the first point of contact with police when it comes to aligning residents with these services. So I would just ask that that be included on the agenda for next month.
All right, thank you. Mr. Morrow, please. I'm just looking at the procedure for this.
Thank you for that. So, and my apologies to Chair Brose. I was not aware you're going to bring it forward to County Council. It's very easy, Chair, just to bring that direction through committee next month, and we will bring it through to County Council. So I understand where you're coming from, and I've had a conversation with Chair Brose about it. Unfortunately, I think it was my fault in that I didn't communicate process well enough. Chair, we can just bring that through to your committee and direct staff to bring that forward and include it in the County Council report, and we will do that, sir.
Thank you for that clarification, Paul. I can certainly do that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Love, are you okay, or do we need to send somebody to your house? Look like you're being attacked by something furry.
It's my lawyer.
Okay. All right then. Any new business? Did I see Councillor Lynch? Yes, I did.
Thank you, Madam Warden. Just council needs $178,000 for spare change. The hospital chase the ace was not one. Thank you.
Excellent. I'm sure we can go online to buy those tickets. Councillor Donahue.
Thank you very much, Madam Warden. Vis-a-vis the reports from the outside agencies, I am in the same camp as you, which is forgiveness is much easier to find than permission. My new business is with respect to I have no desire whatsoever. The question was put and answered vis-a-vis the accelerated development of the Algonquin Trail at our last meeting at March. But at that meeting, part of the resolution to do so identified that the first charge against surplus would replenish any monies utilized from reserves. However, at our budget workshop in February, the first resolution that was brought forward with respect to the budgetary pressures, it was moved by myself, seconded by Councillor TJ, that County Council approved that the budget pressure, insurance costs, new commander position in paramedic services, and 2022 Ontario Winter Games, excluding the Algonquin Trail, be paid from reserves, and that the 2020 surplus be utilized to replenish the reserves to pay for the budget pressures for 2021. And Madam Warden, I contend that the first charge, therefore, against the surplus would be to accommodate any budgetary pressures should they be experienced at the conclusion of 2021, and perhaps through you to our parliamentary expert, Mr. Morrow.
Thank you very, very much for that, for identifying that, because I don't really think we can have it both ways. Mr. Morrow, please.
If Chair Donahue's fine, I can turn that question over to Mr. Foss, and he can explain the rationale for that.
I'm sorry, Mr. Foss, I saw you lit up, so I was just assuming you're going to go. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Warden, and hello again, County Council. I believe the question was with respect to a resolution that took place at our budget workshop, wherein for 2021, we utilized a number of our reserves, capital reserves, essentially, to fund some of our operating pressures for the 2021 year. And so that resolution was brought forward, and we did execute that resolution and use those reserves in the 2021 budget process. And if there were any surpluses from 2020, I believe we're replaying those reserves that we used. So that resolution really was leveraging 2020 surpluses for the use of 2021 purposes. The next resolution that we talked about with respect to Algonquin Trail is for surpluses beginning with the 2021 financial year, not the 2020 financial year. And perhaps that's the distinction, and I'm not sure if that was the origin of the question or not, but I believe that's maybe the distinction between the two components. Madam Warden, I leave that with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foss. Councillor Donahue, are you content with that answer, or?
Absolutely. It is difficult to be discontented with fact. And as we have seen, albeit unaudited at this point, there are some substantial surpluses were realized within the corporation of the County of Renfrew in 2020. So thank you through you, Madam Chair, to Mr. Foss.
All right, thank you very much. Any other new business? Seeing none, there's no closed meeting. I need a mover and a seconder that a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the County of Renfrew at the meeting held on April 28th, 2021 be now deemed read 3 times and passed. A mover and a seconder, please. Councillor Bowes, Councillor Love, any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Would anyone like to adjourn? Councillor Murphy, Councillor Bowes, all in favor? I will just point out that this is shorter. This is a shorter council meeting than last month. That's all I'm going to say about it. Baby steps. All right, Sean, if you